Today I feel.
Today I feel.
Today I feel.
Today I feel infinite.
Into it.
I heard to say, okay, there we are. Yay. There I am. Hello, Sarah Bomb. For coming by. There we go. Okay. Yeah, we'll be picking up with Higurashi. I hope we'll be able to finish chapter 1, or basically, I'm dead set on finishing chapter 1 tonight. So that way we can start chapter 2. I'm not sure. Oh, hopefully, I hope we can at least maybe get one chapter in of chapter 2. So let me see. And recap. Oh, I'm doing good. Thank you very much for asking. Hope you're doing good as well. Quick recap. So our protagonist, last time found out that, they found some, I guess.
There's a dragon in my wagon, and I don't mean to be bragging, but the best tail wagon dragon in a wagon you could meet.
Thank you very much for the follow. Thank you. Supposed to be a gift that shows up. Anyway, I'll look into it later. But okay. Yeah. Enjoy the stream. So last time, our protagonist Keiichi, he found out some, I guess, somewhat kind of suspicious things or whatever about his friends, and sort of like some sort of connections with the recent like victims of like this. Oh, okay, that's cool. Yeah, I'm sadly I'm not. I end up lurking a lot on Discord. So but yeah, thank you very much. They found out some suspicious stuff about his friends. They had sort of a like, well, three out of 4 of his friends, that's, I guess, like, have some connection with like previous of the deaths / disappearances. So the quote victims of Oyashiro's curse, the guardian deity of Oa, and his once he kind of starts finding out this stuff because of the detective Oishi, they his friends been acting sus, and apparently there was a needle in a snack of mochi that they had sent him. So he's he is now quite convinced as far as that his friends are out to kill him. Collecting some data, and I'm wondering if Doom is Christian or not. That's a good question. Um, I guess it depends on maybe what you, I would want to say maybe what you, I guess it depends on what you mean by that. Would be my initial thought. Because I can never answer questions straightforward. So I probably, my answer would probably be end up being like, I don't know. Shrug. Maybe not. I... Anyway. Okay. This was the first time I'd ever woke up with such clarity. It was 5:59, just moments before my alarm would go off. I was amazed at the precision of my internal clock. I had made preparations for the next day of school before I went to bed. Changed quickly and descended to the deserted lower floor. It appeared that my mom was still asleep. Neither breakfast nor lunch was ready. Yesterday, I just unilaterally declared that I would be leaving early today, so it couldn't be helped. I slathered jam on some bread and topped it with an instant cocoa. Just as I was finishing up breakfast, Mom rose groggily from her slumber. "My, Keiichi, you're up early. There's some sort of school event?" "Not really." Answering bluntly, I picked up my bag and stood after stuffing 2 slices of bread down my throat. "You're leaving already? What about lunch? If you don't wait a bit, I can't make it." I waited for her to make my lunch, and would end up being the same time as usual. If I did that, it would raise the chances of me running into Reina and Mion on the way. Yes, from today onwards, I was going to go to school alone. I'll be fine for today. Then what will you do for lunch? I'll slip out and buy some bread or something at the store. Really? Then here's some lunch money. Be sure to bring me back the receipt. I took the 1,000-yen bill from Mom and slipped it into my pocket. It's pretty early. Is Reina-chan up this early as well? No, just me. You tell Reina-chan that you're leaving early? No reason to tell her every little detail now, do I? Finding it difficult answering the onslaught of questions, I made an annoyed face. Tell Reina that I'm gonna head when she comes. Hey, Keiichi, wait! That I didn't trust my parents. I just couldn't rely on them. Couldn't help me. Could only hope that they didn't get involved. It was safer that way. My mom's annoying voice was cut off by the slam of the door. For the first time since I moved here, I headed down the road to school alone. Up until now, I had always walked down the same path at the same time each day. I always met with the same people at the same places, but today was different. I didn't meet the people I would normally. Nobody was at the places where I would have normally met them. Of course, Raina was in the spot where we usually met. There wasn't anyone at the spot where we would have met up with Mion. The length of the tree shadows, the morning air, the brightness of the sun. It was completely different. It was a completely different type of morning from what I was used to. Without a doubt, it felt strange. It left me with the impression that I had destroyed the illusion of Hinamizawa, the illusion Hinamizawa had set up for me before it had enough time to prepare all of the props needed to deceive me. Hi, Kiichi-kun, you're so early today. Is everyone meeting early this morning? The person who called out to me was someone who always passed by as they were talking or taking a walk along the edge of the fields. His name was, forgot. Of course, this was in the spot where we usually pass each other. I woke up early today, so I thought it would be a good change of pace. That's all. Threw out a random excuse. What about Reina-chan and Mion-chan? By yourself today? Well, yeah. Being asked the same type of questions my mom was asking. So I asked them in the same uninteresting, vague manner. It wasn't funny being asked where Raina was each time I passed by someone. But maybe it was to be expected. It was because for so long we were always together so amicably. Even I felt that if I let my guard down, we could still be friends. Keiichi. Don't think about that anymore. Spent all day yesterday thinking about how dangerous it was to go soft, didn't you? Beep beep. Car horn blared from out of nowhere. While I was walking lost in thought, the horn was way too close. Mechanical behemoth barreled at me from behind, catching me completely off guard. By the time I turned around, the van's hulking chassis was almost on top of me. I'd see plenty of cars veer to the opposite shoulder to avoid pedestrians. This car was doing the opposite. Felt like there was somebody on the opposite shoulder. The van was swerving in my direction to avoid them. Blissful, ignorant train of thought delayed me from realizing something much, much more important. That large mass was hurtling right at me. Going to hit me? Oh, Truck-kun! Watch out for Truck-kun! You'll get iseki'd. The inside of my head instantly flooded with a painful, cold liquid. That moment seemed for me, no, time itself, frozen. The silence of that frozen, but I compared the van so close that I had no way to dodge it. My body, the upper half, twisted awkwardly and started to look behind me. There was no way I could dive out of the way in my current position. If I lost focus now, this moment would unpause. I would probably be plowed over, caught in this silly pose. My upward bend my upper body over towards the paddy by the side of the road. If I bent far enough, I'd get away with just being hit by the side view mirror. As soon as the thought crossed my mind, the temporal stasis was shattered by the deafening sound of the van. The side mirror struck my shoulder, sending me spinning off through the air like a top, locked in a contorted position. Splash! And tumbling through the air, I crashed into the muddy paddy by the side of the road. My entire body was soiled and drenched. But the choice I made in that instant was unmistakably for the best. I was covered in mud, when the alternative was being hit by the car. It was the closest I could be being unscathed. Rising out from the paddy, I had enough of me to glare over at the stop van and yell profanities at the driver. Hi, Sophie. Think about this game all day. I'm sorry I kept you waiting. But I'm dead set on finishing. The goal is to be able to get chapter 1 of the next chapter, at least. Is what I would like, but see. Not sure if he was able to see me, but the van sped off suddenly. Hey, damn it. This was what they call a hit and run, wasn't it? Couldn't help but continue yelling out profanities. Disgrace from being covered in mud hurt me more than any physical wounds. I slogged through the mud patty and made my way back into the road. Honestly, though, if it was hit by... Even though it was like a mirror or whatever, like... I feel like that would have still, like, broken something. Probably. Because... I guess it depends on how fast it was going, but... Even slow speed, I imagine that still would be like getting hit with a baseball bat. You got, like, hit in the shoulders. To be fair, he probably would have a dislocate. But anyway, being difficult. This is a crime, damn it. Shit, I'll track you down and sue you. If I go looking for a van, I'm sure to find it in this village. The path I was on had rice paddies on either side. It had become so narrow that one car could barely fit through. It wasn't a place you could tear full speed down in a car, let alone pass by pedestrians. Not only was it a narrow road, the car just now was closer to my side of the road than the other side when it went past me. Even as I cursed, I was desperately trying to suppress the dark cloud riling up within me. It wasn't just a hit and one. That car just now was trying to run me over, wasn't it? Thinking back, I did feel like there had been a car creeping up on me slowly for a while. That's right. As soon as I parted ways with that person taking a walk, I had that feeling the whole time. If it had wanted to pass me, they had no shortage of chances. Normally I would have felt suspicious and turned around sooner. But I was lost in thought and now was kicking myself for not realizing it. I was there sooner. Then, when the path became narrow and there was no one else in sight, he floored it. If I had hesitated for even a moment, the result would have been no laughing matter. As the adrenaline rush from being run over subsided, from nearly being run over subsided, the realization of just how terrifying the preceding events were sunk in. There was no doubt about it. That van was intentionally trying to hit me. Cold, viscous sweat seeped from my scalp and slid down my back before dribbling off. I struggled to avoid falling into a panic. There was still the possibility that this was really just an accident. Calm down, Keiichi. But also, don't be so naive, Keiichi. Being that Lex will get you killed next time. To always be on your toes. Don't give them any openings. My enemy was really out to kill me. The next time, they would use a more reliable method. That time came and I was acting like I was now. I being covered in mud was the price I had to pay for my own naivete. Covered in mud, without injury. Even a sprain. Guess this is what you call the silver lining. Began walking again, this time cautiously. Wouldn't even show a hint of carelessness. I had suspected only Rain and the others up until now. It was because I had suspected them that I had believed there were no other enemies. Oishi-san had said so, didn't he? There was the possibility that all the families of the village were involved. I really mired so deeply in this situation that I had no choice but to try and carry on as usual. To be safe is just to hold myself up in my house. But the moment I abandoned my regular routine, everyone around me would abandon theirs as well. That was just too horrifying of a thought. I recalled the tales Oishi-san told me when Hinamizawa was still called Onikakushi. Frightening tale of an entire village of demons hunting their prey, surrounding them, and eating them alive. Must not interfere with the demons. Must pretend not to see it. The enemy were numerous. All the village families. Villagers with their unwavering faith in the curse would do nothing to help me. The strong, sudden flash of sunshine made me slightly dizzy. I had no idea what was going on anymore. I suspected it was the work of man. I would catch a glimpse of Oyashiro-sama's curse. When I suspected it was Oyashiro-sama's curse, someone would poke their head out. It was coincidence. It was intentional. Who was my enemy? Who was just a bystander? No, what I really truly wanted to know was, how did I end up with the proverbial bullseye painted on my back? Eventually, an answer in a form I could understand will appear. I don't care when that will happen, because up until then I cannot die. That alone fueled my resolve to fight, keep me alive. I remembered seeing the metal bat in the gym storage shed. There was a padlock on the door barring my entry. At the very least, I wanted to get my hands on it before everyone else arrived at school. I circled around the school grounds impatiently. But all I could find were things like pieces of lumber. Nothing that I could bring into the classroom easily. Then I had an epiphany. I should search inside the classroom. If there was something in the classroom to begin with, then there wouldn't be a problem. I could tell that everyone's indoor shoes were still in their lockers. Good thing I came early. Nobody else was here yet. I wondered, what could I find in the classroom? I didn't think I could find an especially effective weapon like a bat. But it couldn't be helped at this point. Till the gym storage shed was open, I needed to find a substitute. A lingering hint of naivete whispered that there was no way I'd be attacked at school. But such soft ideas would no longer protect me. Think that they were slowly making their way into parts of my life that I had once thought impenetrable. The worst case, my own house might not be safe anymore, was an incredibly frightening thought. But I believe that not considering the worst case scenario would have been even more frightening. Anyways, I will survive. So long as I lived, I will definitely be able to escape this labyrinth of nonsense. Definitely. My exploration of the classroom came to an impasse, and much was to be expected. Hi, chick. Spooping time. I don't know, maybe. There was no way there would be anything that could be a weapon in the classroom. In case of emergency, there was probably nothing I could do but swing my own chair around. My gaze landed on the lockers that had come to be used for personal storage. The locker that Mion used to store her pile of games was among them. There was one for each person in the class, all lined up. Of course, there was one for me as well. Yeah. There was supposed to still be a tracksuit in my locker. Thing maybe covered in mud would be strange. Should go change later. First, I needed a weapon. When my classrooms came, it would be hard to rummage through all the lockers. Swiftly began opening the lockers one by one. They were mostly just filled with things like gym clothes, personal items, and umbrellas. Umbrella. If I could find anything better, this would have to be my weapon. I was about to give up on finding anything decent when I opened a locker that had exactly what I wanted. It was, without a doubt, a metal bat. It was well worn and pretty beaten up. There was no doubt it was usable. That locker that reeked of mold, there also hung a baseball uniform. Probably the locker of a student with the Pee Wee League or something like that. that was the case, then he'd probably ask for it back. That time, I could hear the voices of the children scuffling their way noisily in from the hallway. Amongst them, I could make out Rika-chan and Satoko. Good morning. My, you're quite early this morning, Keiichi-san. I nonchalantly hid the bat I was holding behind my back. What is with your outfit? You're covered in mud. Yeah, I had a little incident. Going to change now, so cut me some slack. That said, I began taking off my clothes. So Toko began to blush just as I expected her to. Changing in front of a lady! Have you no tact at all? I would think that a lady staring at someone who is changing would be the one lacking in tact. No changing room for the boys, so just deal with it. Toko feigned disgust. She went into the hall, still blushing. Conversely, Rika-chan continued to stare at me, preparing to change. If Rika-chan is a lady as well, then I don't think it would be appropriate for you to be watching. I'm not a lady, so it's fine. She deliberately pouted and looked at me with upturned eyes. Then, starting now, you're a lady. If I'm a lady, then I suppose I must. Rika-chan, appearing to be satisfied with being considered a lady, made her way to join Satoko in the hallway. Just as I breathed a sigh of relief, Rika-chan stopped suddenly and turned back towards me. Are you going to start playing baseball? Seems that Rika-chan had noticed the bat. Yeah, just, I was feeling a bit out of shape, so I thought I'd just try practicing my swing. I think it's wonderful you're taking care of your health. She was talking like an old lady, despite her appearance. After saying that, Rika-chan started to leave again, but stopped and looked back at me once more. Yes. Baseball. Please, don't lose that bat. Seems she already knew I took it out of someone's locker. There was no name on the locker door. Didn't know whose bat it was, but I would be borrowing it until they complained. Wouldn't be for long, just until the gym storage shed was opened. After quickly changing in the tracksuit, I checked the time. Still had plenty of time before class began because I came so early. I took the bat in one hand and went out to the schoolyard. That was, of course, to practice my swing. Need to make it known I would always have a bat on me so I could practice my swing. At some point, sunlight had become even stronger. Disregarding my classmates as they made their way to school, I took my position in the shadow of the school building. Wasn't the academic type, and I wasn't much of an athlete either. Might get muscle pain if I just suddenly started swinging. Should at least start out with some warm-ups. I doubt anyone would think I was doing something out of the ordinary. The exact opposite of my actual mental state. I gripped the bat and swung lightly. The bat was by no means light. The weight would make it a reliable weapon when I needed it to be. Of course, I could only pray that the moment I needed to use this as a weapon would never come. Just carrying it around could deter attacks against me. At least, that's what I hoped. Huh? Hey, Chan. What are you doing? Being barred with such a hysterical voice, I jumped.
It's like one of my Japanese animes.
Well, I mean, this was actually adapted into an anime, so... Yes, it is. Yes, you could say it is one of the Japanese animes.
It's a trap!
Also that, too. Whoa, Keiichi-kun, are you on the baseball team? Baseball team? It's raining me on. Oh, okay, that was Reina that said the last. Because she did the repeat thing. Surprised to hear you went off ahead. What are you doing, Kei-chan? Can't you tell by looking? I'm practicing my swing. For the championship. You can say it's part of my diet if you want. Diet? Kei-chan, are you really that fat? Bet you didn't know I actually have a beer belly. It's plump and jiggles. Plump and jiggles? Reina, you don't have to imagine something weird like that. No.
Oh my god!
She just sat right up her accepting that vulgar. I ruffled her hair messily. But then, I hope you make it to regionals well then, hope you make it to regionals at least. This old man will cheer you on. Regionally speaking, it seems that Oshima High is pretty strong. They say their Southpaw Kameda-kun is amazing. Good luck. I mean the girl with green hair. Oh, okay. Right. If I really did make it to the championship, it would be a cinch. After all, I'd be the pitcher and catcher. I'd pitch the ball, then run past that ball I just threw and change over to being the catcher in a burst of super incredible explosive speed. I laughed dryly at the ludicrous image. Coming back to my senses, I smashed the bat against the ground. Damn it. What am I laughing at? I pounded the ground over and over. With each impact, reverberation traveled through the bats. Reversion traveling through the bat stung my hands. They make me smile like that. I'll don't allow anyone close to me. Don't trust anyone. No matter how many times I tell myself that they made me smile like that, I already knew quite well that they were demons dwelling in my smiling friends. Just couldn't believe it. That kind of split personality really exist? Like, how Reina confessed to the doctor. Were they simply being possessed by Oyashiro-sama? In other words, did a supernatural being like Oyashiro-sama really exist? Is it possessing everyone to try and kill me? That would be wonderful. If only everyone were actually my friends all along and everything was all just Oyashiro-sama's fault. Damn fool Keiichi Maiburo, come on. Now, I yelled out, drawing out all the power from the pit of my stomach, raised the bat violently into the air. Stop being so soft. As I screamed out with all my might, I beat the metal bat into the ground over and over. With every impact, my weakness was being beaten down. Smash. Forget. Smash. Soft. Smash. Know your enemy. Smash. Hell, I'd let them kill me. My shoulders heaving up and down from my ragged breathing. I heard the first bell ring just as I calmed down. Yep. Yeah. Maybe that detective telling him all that stuff and thrusting on a teenager was Maybe not a great idea right after a friend of his died. Just a thought. Because, you know, just my thought, even if you did think that someone was, I mean, seems like you would, like, you know, as an adult and an officer, sounds like you would put them under surveillance or something. Just a thought. Or, you know, talk to their parents first, maybe? Crazy idea, I know, right? I gasped with sudden realization. That was the final bell. As I felt all the tension drained from me, I let out a deep breath. My mind was in a settled mate for much of the entire day. It didn't feel like I was awake, but it didn't feel like I was asleep either. I didn't say it felt especially comfortable, but I felt a kind of relief that the sanctity of the school, part of my daily life, had yet to be violated. How long would I have to keep on living like this? I could only grit my teeth and bear with it as this living hell slowly gnawed away at me. Ichi-kun, come on. It's club time, club time. The sound of Reina's voice brought me back to my senses. Come on, Keiichi-kun, stop spacing out. Bring your desk, your desk. Everyone was moving their desks together as usual. That's right. It was happy, fun club time. But I had no intention of taking part. I haphazardly stuffed the contents of my desk into my bag as I prepared to go home. It was a weak-handed gesture to avoid having to actually say, I'll be going home now. What's this, Kate-chan? Plan on going home right away again? No one sounded quite disappointed. I'm just not in the mood. You just let me be for a while? The tone of the words that spilled from my mouth matched Neon's disapproving glare. Felt like the air in the room had dried out. Coco looked like she was about to say something, but perhaps dissuaded by the mood, she swallowed her words and stayed silent. But he said a thing. I took that to mean that I could leave if I wanted. The reflective gaze of the four of them, like the tiny pins used to mount an insect in a display, held me in place. Rain is the one who cut through the heavy mood. Keiichi-kun just didn't like playing with girls, I guess. He said it in such a melancholic tone that it sent a wave of pain racing through my heart. This pain was going to kill me. I wanted it to be the soft part of me that could still feel pain. I tore at my chest, finally tearing out the pins that held me in place. That's not it at all. I'd only be hurting myself by saying anything more. So I swallowed my words. Cutting things off there, I turned away and exited the classroom. Didn't speak a word to me as I left. It was a long, dull trip back home, but I didn't lose focus. I firmly squeezed the grip of the bat, which was already soggy from sweat. Realizing that, I wiped it down with my sleeve. If something were to happen, I wouldn't want it to be slippery. Since this morning, I've become especially sensitive to the presence of cars. Even while walking, my ears pricked up and sought out threatening sounds and presences that could be closing in. That was why I could hear it. Without a doubt, there were footsteps. Those footsteps had matched up perfectly with mine for a while now. From what I could sense, it was just one person. But I had no intention of being careless. Did they intend to follow me like that car this morning, till we were in a good location to assault me? Then it wasn't a good idea to keep walking like that. I stopped walking and looked back. The wooded path, crowded with trees, responded with silence, as if there was nobody there to begin with. But I wouldn't be fooled. I was certain footsteps were following me. Just as I stopped, the footsteps stopped as well. Meaning, the person following me wanted to keep their distance. That was, without question, proof that I was their target. I held my breath, waiting for that presence to panic and start moving again. The trees rustled with the sound of the wind. Higurashi also pointed in the dissonant chorus, trying to throw my focus into disarray. 5 minutes passed, or had I been like this for a whole 30 minutes? So hard to breathe that I might have suffocated. It seemed I would be the first one to panic. Without a doubt, was lurking in the shade of that tree with bated breath. I'd make the first move. I fixed my grip on the bat. I raised it up to my shoulder, ready to swing it at any time. Hey! I know you're there! All of my mind, I screamed at whoever was hiding in the shade of the tree. But the presence in the shade didn't budge. Till the moment I found them, they had no intention of revealing themselves. I know already. I know you're there. I screamed out angrily at them again. Even still, they didn't move at all. I'll go over there myself. All due diligence, I approached, step by step. Stepping into the tree shadow, I saw a human figure there. That figure was curled up like a small animal. Reina! She realized I had found her. Her expression softened. She seemed apologetic, but wasn't going to speak a word. Do you have some business with me? I wouldn't accept that silence and screamed the question at her. Not really, it's just, Reina was in a panic with tears welling up in her eyes, but it was obvious that she had been following me. What about the club? Since you're not, I'm not. Shouldn't matter. Don't mind me and just play. But, I'm just worried about you. Thinking about how I've been acting up until now. It's been hard to imagine that my behavior could have been perceived as strange. So Reina was concerned. At a quick glance, that's how it would seem. Wasn't going to let my guard down that easily. Even if that was really the case, still wouldn't have to do something like try to tail me. Could have called out to me when I was leaving and gone out right with me. Reina didn't do that. She kept her distance from me and matched my walking speed. On top of that, she matched the sound of her footsteps and deviously tried to hide her presence from me. And after she realized I noticed she was there, she held her breath as she tried hiding from me. She wore a timid expression that would force one to take pity on her. Without a doubt, she was tailing me. Stop following me. How? So glaring at Reina, I continued walking onwards. After I'd walked for a bit, she ignored my command and began walking again, so I yelled at her once more. Told you not to follow me. But my house is in the same direction. Walk ahead of me. I'll start walking once I can't see you anymore. I moved out of the way and waved my bat violently to urge her forward. I'd like to go home together. You. Making a pitiful expression, she meekly squeaked out the words in a voice that she knew would cut into my heart. That agitated me to no end. I knew it was a lie. I wanted to go out together. Should have called out to me. You're just blurting out random lies. I'm sorry. It seemed that the seething anger within me was written all over my face. Without me saying anything, Reina had understood what I was feeling inside. Get it, then go. I swung the bat, urging her again to walk. Reina looked back and forth between me and the bat, started walking hesitantly, then stopped again. Go on then, hurry. I'm going. Please stop with the bat. It's scary. Reina guarded herself while pointing at me holding the bat. He may have realized that I wasn't planning on using this bat for baseball. I lowered the bat, but still guardedly opened the way for her. Oh, there's no problem now, is there? There was nothing else she could protest. She passed by me timidly so as to not set me off. Yeah, the needle definitely was scary. As I watched her pass by, she stopped completely after having barely moved at all. Hey, don't stop. Then a powerful gust blew past us, barraging my face with dust. The dust got into my eyes and clouded my vision. While rubbing my eyes with my left hand, I swung blindly with the bat in my right eye, protecting the small opening I had presented. But Reina didn't even try to attack during that opening. Attack me? No, she hadn't budged an inch. I could tell from the sound of her fluttering skirt in the wind. As her skirt settled, so did the silence. That moment, the voice inside of me immediately warned me of impending danger. I was caught by surprise. The smell of the air changed. Without me realizing it, the air around me suddenly felt like a calamity was about to befall me. Like the air had suddenly become invisible concrete. Like Reina and I were locked in this space. Reina didn't move an inch. Also unable to move, I stared at her back. Reina was the first to break the silence. Instantly, she altered her stance. Felt like I had just witnessed her shift from Reina to that other person who looks like Reina. But the voice was one I knew well, which filled me with a kind of bewildering pity. Carelessly, I felt relief upon hearing that pitiful voice. Excuse me, but, can I ask you something? She'd even turn around. Reina squeezed her voice out desperately as she trembled. What? Well, why do you have a bat, I wonder? Question Reina asked was by no means unexpected. I can carry whatever I want. But I didn't have one up until today. Why so suddenly? Alright if I decide to do something suddenly, isn't it? It's strange that I have a bat. Because, you're not the kind of person to play baseball. Weird. I couldn't tell what kind of answer she was looking for. I was getting tired of answering her. I just suddenly got the urge to play baseball. That's so weird. Weird. She answered instantly, and that annoyed me slightly. Just suddenly wanted to play baseball. I wanted to practice my swing, so I'm carrying around the bat. Strange about that. Strange. Weird. Definitely. Why is Keiji-kun also... Her ramblings are annoying me. Is it that strange for me to have an interest in sports? Try to sound a bit more threatening to end the conversation. Though my suspicions about Reina were cleared, I had no obligation to answer her questions. I'm sorry. Get so angry. Reina still didn't turn around and spat out words, apology one after the next. Just one last thing. Tell me one last thing. I don't feel like talking anymore. Hurry up and go. He yelled loudly at her, causing her to flinch like she had been struck. Seeing her in such a pathetic state caused my heart to ache sorely. Yet even though she was afraid, she stubbornly kept herself from moving. Before I was able to threaten her again, Reina asked her final question. Why is that bat the same too? Why did she mean by the bat was the same? I had no idea what she was talking about. What are you saying? I mean, why is even the bat the same? I don't understand what you mean at all. Say it clearly. And still, Reina didn't turn around. After inhaling deeply, she screamed, I mean, why is even the bat the same as Satoshi-kun's? Satoshi being... Huh? On hearing the name of the blue, I became dumbfounded for a brief moment. By Satoshi, did she mean the student who transferred out last year? No, that couldn't be. Reina tried to cover it up by saying transferred, but Oishi-san told me quite clearly that he was missing. It was the student who sat at my seat up until last year. He was believed to have been demoned away by Oyashiro-sama's curse. I didn't know the details about his disappearance. The aunt he lived with was killed the night of the Watanagashi by a drug addict. Not long after that, he suddenly vanished, now missing. Satoshi and I were... My gaze fell to the bat in my hands. Could it be? Satoshi Haojo. Difficult to see. That was what was written on the white tape at the end of the bat. Let's see, but this was Satoshi's bat. Oh, this was Satoshi's bat. Since nobody was using it, I borrowed it. That's not a problem, is it? That's not it. The way Reina said that made it seem like this bat was something that should never be touched. Like it was some sort of offering at a shrine, or a memento of the deceased. I could only stand there, perplexed and unable to respond. Reina continued speaking without waiting for a reply. Why is it you're doing the exact same thing Satoshi-kun did when it happened to him? Reina was talking about more than just the bat belonging to Satoshi. It was the same with Satoshi-kun. He joined a baseball team, but he didn't really like baseball. What does that have to do with me? Satoshi-kun also suddenly started walking around with the bat one day. He joined a team, but he wasn't the type to play sports. Got it. Closed my mouth before I could say that out loud. Carefully, Keiichi. Reina's trying to tell us something important. Satoshi-kun also one day came to school all by himself all of a sudden. Just like Keiichi-kun. One day he suddenly started practicing a swing, just like Keiichi-kun. And one day he suddenly began carrying the bat around with him, just like Keiichi-kun. One day he suddenly what? Reina swallowed her words. Reina's voice silence had brought a hush back to the surrounding area. It was then I could finally digest the content of the entire conversation. He was saying my chain of his actions exactly the same as Satoshi's. The meaning of this. Till now I had forgotten all about Satoshi. I had never paid much thought to him in the first place. Not only that, I didn't even know anything of what he'd done. My action today should have been my own creation for all the planning I had done. And the exact same as Satoshi's? Satoshi, no. More importantly, both Satoshi and I acted the same. And there was a really good possibility that what happened after would be the same. Reina, that day, what happened to Satoshi? Reina knew. She knew what became of Satoshi. Forget about what happened to a guy in the past. Reina knew what was going to happen to me. Answer me, Reina. Satoshi, what happened to him? With that, I grabbed Reina's shoulder violently and forcibly turned her around to face me. As I faced her, I felt a jolt travel through my entire body. I told you, Ichi-kun. Was that person that I didn't know. At least, definitely wasn't the Reina Ryugi I'd been talking to up until now. Voice just now didn't have a trace of the trembling or emotion that it had before. The amount of regret I felt for turning her around so carelessly was unsurpassed. That gaze that pierced like a cold needle. Smile on her face that invoked an image of having been carved out by a knife. Chills went down my spine. My mind froze under a layer of rime. Both of Reina's eyes pierced through mine, leaving me unable to look away. As if to remind me of the fear from that time before, Reina brought her face close to mine, so close that I could feel her breath. Her face had filled my entire field of vision. Then, her sharply shaped lips grew even sharper, like the curve of a crescent moon. And I told you, Ichi-kun. For a short pause, Reina repeated the same words again. Satoshi-kun, you see, transferred out. Transferred? Meaning what? What Reina meant must have been some new definition of transfer that I was previously not aware of. My throat and lips dried up. I couldn't even acknowledge what I had just heard. All I could do was swallow down my own saliva. It seemed that Reina saw that as a nod. She pulled her gaze back and spryly stepped back 2-3 paces. As she did, my legs gave out and I fell to my knees pathetically. Reina, and me on my knees underneath her motionless smile. It to be a very odd sight indeed. Seeing in that pathetic state, she neither scoffed at me nor held out her hand. I could neither stand nor escape with her gaze shooting through my eyes. There was undoubtedly a metal bat in my hand. Right now, useless to me, like a fly caught in her web. Oh, you have a question? Sure, go ahead. Collab? Yeah, I don't mind doing that. If,
It's a trap!
just, send me a Discord, a message about it later, okay? Oh, actually, do you by any chance happen to own, the game Devour? If you do, I actually have a slot that would be, that would probably be available for tomorrow. Been having, heavy sweat beaded all over my body. I could feel it dripping from my skin. Ah. Okay, I just thought I'd ask. Yeah, so send me a Discord message and, we can work something out. But you won't, will you, Ichi-kun? Marina finally released me from that cage of time for what felt like an eternity. The question was missing something important. It was incredibly vague. Once again, I swallowed horror, urging her on. Do what? Did she not want me to do? Transfer. I just got an achievement called Pinch Hitter. Oh, okay. Yeah, you have a good night then, chicken. Toshi and I had what? All my well-planned actions throughout the day turned out to have been nothing more than a reenactment of what Satoshi had done. Toshi, had he really been in the same situation as I was now? Friends he had gotten along with had changed suddenly, for no reason. At least none that I had noticed. To kill him? Don't touch the... I won't. Oh, don't worry about it. Hold on. I had to adjust me just slightly. And fearing for his life as I am, got a bat to protect himself and carried it around every day to practice his swing. It's okay. Don't worry about it. Although I will say, like some might prefer if you I mean, it'll be a bit different for everyone or whatever, but some might prefer whatever, just like contact through either like Discord or Twitter or something. So, just to help you out in the future, because some people, because I don't mind, but others might. Everyone's about different and about stuff, so. about asking like that the collab stuff or whatever. Like I said, I'm fine with it. Just others might not be. Okay. Don't but otherwise don't worry about it. Uh and fearing for his life as I am, got a bat to protect himself and carried it around every day to practice his swing. Suddenly, transferred. My blood went cold, causing a prickling sensation to course through my veins. Starting near my heart, it radiated outwards, the top of my head to the soles of my feet, chilling every part of me without recourse. What do you mean by transfer? What do you mean by transfer? So she is still at wherever he transferred to? Is he the only one who would be able to understand me? He'd be able to tell me why it all ended up like this? More importantly, where did he transfer to? What did you mean by transfer? What did you mean by transfer? Before I knew it, I was at my front door. The frigid knob was hard to turn. Nobody home? Wasn't that often of occurrence? I reached into my pocket and pulled out the single key attached to my fur-sealed keychain. I stepped into the entryway. Just as I was about to take off my shoes, a chill ran down my spine. Someone had entered right behind me. Classmate messing around, standing right up against my back. Hitting right? My imagination. Logically speaking, it was impossible for someone to be able to hide their presence in my personal space all the way through the door. There was undoubtedly someone behind me. Now, hey now, Keiichi. How do you know they're there even though they're behind you? So I could hear the sound of flowing hair. No other reason I'd hear that sound. Wait, flowing hair makes a sound? I mean, I suppose it could, but... was the presence. Because I could hear the sound of them blinking. Yeah, you can't hear someone. Ichimabara, there's no way you could hear that. Mostly instinct. Okay, good. Recognizes. He may be completely gone in the head now, but he at least recognizes that you can't hear someone blink. It was mostly instinct than anything else that was warning me of that presence. Common sense was telling me that it was just my imagination. Just my imagination. There's nobody behind me. I began to erase the mental image of an eerie figure standing behind me. At the same time, I asked myself, there was nobody. Then what was I feeling? As an uncomfortable sensation crawled up my spine. Actually, wouldn't it be better if there was somebody there? There was nobody there when you turned around. Be able to accept that? I'd be able to answer all those questions just by looking behind me. But I didn't have enough courage to even do that simple task. Right, I could try speaking to them. The person behind me might answer me. A random thought. Didn't care how I went about it, as long as I didn't have to turn around. If I calmed down and thought about it, I would have known that that wouldn't have solved anything. Who is it? I spoke in such a hoarse, broken voice that I couldn't believe it was my own. I could almost feel them contemplating their response. Felt it. There's no way I should be able to do that. I'm damned, Keiichi. It's all in your head. That time, I was certain I heard it. As if hesitantly trying to answer my inquiry, I was certain I could hear the sound of somebody inhaling. I heard it. Heard it. I heard it clearly. The girl. Young girl. Didn't know who, but a tiny speck of courage in me, however reckless it was, inspired a primal yet fitting solution to this current predicament. A scream. All the force in my body released from my lungs and through my throat, ceasing all thought process in my head. Suppressing all my thoughts and emotions, I began to collapse like a house of cards, somehow managing to twist my body and look back as I did so. Definitely there. Right there. Somebody was there. Till the moment I turned around, until I thought the air behind, until I brought the air, to my field of vision, were definitely there. Falling face up, my eyes traced the remnants of the presence suspended in the empty space. Couldn't be. They were invisible. They looked like they weren't there. Were they actually still standing there? As I screamed, all the emotions I was holding back burst free in a violent wave. However, I was decidedly calm as my emotional dam collapsed. The turbulent wave of pent-up emotions was skillfully diverted into a torrent of aggression. That emotion was definitely required to extricate myself from the bizarre situation happening right in front of me. In my state of heightened lucidity, I entrusted my body to the fury. The metal bat held firm in my hand as if drawn there by a magnet. A mid-level sweep would be the hardest attack to dodge. I remember reading something like that from a book about swordsmanship or something. Rah! Brandished my will to fight. The afterimage of the amalgamation of metal flashed as it swung from left to right, beating against the entryway. The bat slammed into the right wall. The tip rebounded violently. Very calmly, I transferred the force of the rebound into a sweep to the left. The door of the shoe cupboard was split into pieces. Those two swings whiffed through empty space, but they seemed to have a great psychological impact on the enemy. I could feel the panic emanating from that space. The attack wasn't the only thing required. I extracted the bat from the cupboard it was embedded in, and screamed as I spun my entire body around in a large arc. Rah! My scream shook the air, fueling my ferocious swing with even more destructive power. Crack. Without mercy or restraint, my violent strike with certain fatal force behind it shattered the top of the cupboard. None of my attack struck the enemy, but my ferocity had certainly seemed to impact them. Breathing heavily, my entire body soaked in sweat, the invisible enemy there, not there, dispersed. I was certain that the enemy had retreated. I locked the front door and latched the chain. No way had it only feigned retreat. It was now inside my house. Once again, I channeled my aggression and searched the house for the presence. It was gone. I had succeeded in fending it off. In that moment, tension drained from my body and I let out a deep sigh of relief. All the emotions I'd been holding back chaotically merged together and began to flood out. A hodgepodge of fear, accomplishment, and disbelief all mixed together and began to flow through my body. Able to deal with each individual feeling, beat them all back into the strongest exhaustion. Even in this moment, I remained composed. After checking that all the doors throughout the house were locked, I went up to my room on the second floor and closed the curtains. I straightened my back and tilted my head back a little. After clearing my mind of all my idle thoughts, I managed to calm down even more. That at the front door. There was definitely something there. Thinking about it, just an apparition I dreamt up in my confused state. But I really didn't think that was the case. Calm down, Keiichi Maibara. Compose yourself. No matter how calmly I thought about it, what just happened wasn't a figment of my imagination. It was obviously a supernatural phenomenon. Without a doubt, something was behind me. It wasn't some sort of illusion I saw amidst my confusion and disorientation. Proof? I just one piece. When I asked who is it, they inhaled as if they were about to answer. That sound had clearly reached my ears. The situation I was in right now was still unclear. Either I'd been possessed by the supernatural phenomenon known as Oishiro-sama's curse. This was a ruse by the villagers who believed it and were imitating it. Either way, their motives were unclear. The roundabout way it had been done was also still a mystery. It was perpetuated by humans. That would mean admitting it was Reina and the rest of them doing it, but it would be solvable. Koichi-san and the rest of the police would surely arrest my enemy, but it was a manifestation of Oishiro-sama's curse, I wondered what would happen. Yasan very clearly declared that curses didn't exist. At the time, those words were pretty dependable, as things were now. Yeah, when he suddenly seemed quite unreliable. I told Oishi-san this was the work of Oishiro-sama's curse. What would happen? I couldn't imagine his reaction. It would go without question that a void would expand rapidly between myself and Oishi-san. Me having so few eyes to begin with, not being able to confidently declare whether or not this was a curse or not. There was no merit to doing that. I'd rather keep the facts of what just happened at the doorway to myself. It would be better if I didn't add what happened here to the memo behind the clock. If there was still the ever so slight possibility that I was actually confused when I thought I was composed, and I was just going berserk in the entryway. How wonderful would that be if that was really what happened? I'd be able to refute Oishiro-sama's curse. But if I denied Oishiro-sama's curse, then that would mean admitting that Rain and the rest were the perpetrators. If I said that Rain and the rest weren't the perpetrators, that would mean believing in Oishiro-sama's curse. By denying both of those, I would be admitting that I myself was losing it. The three options from which I couldn't choose became a trilemma of sorts. They mixed together and formed a whirlpool in my mind, making my head spin. Once again, I strengthened myself and leaned my head back slightly to cool myself down. Down, Kate. Accept what has actually happened as reality. Stop thinking of anything more than that. I couldn't help but think of it. How wonderful it would be. It turned out I was delirious. Everything up until now was a figment of my imagination. Oishiro's curse wouldn't exist, and I would still be the bestest buddies with Reina and the rest. I have to be crazy. That was the first time in my life I'd ever wished for such a thing. The phone rang noisily downstairs. Generally, there were no calls from me, so I never really answered the phone much. Since my parents weren't here, I had no choice. I squirmed off the bed and went downstairs. Hello, this is Burger King. How may I help you? Very good, Albert. This is the Maibara residence. Eiichi, this is Mom. I intuitively had a bad feeling about this. It was because I thought she was going to ask me to go out and buy some things. So I took the initiative. What? I don't mind having instant noodles for dinner. There's still a lot of them. The other day we went out as a family and bought a whole case of cup noodles. I wanted to get a bunch of different kinds actually, but they refused since the individual packs were expensive. So instead I got a whole case of the mega-sized pork bone and ginger flavored ones I liked. That does sound good, actually. But my parents don't like strong flavors and didn't touch any of them, so the cupboards were still full of them. So, you see, there really isn't a need to go shopping, right? Ichi, I'm not asking you to go shopping. Both Mommy and Daddy have to go to Tokyo right now because of work. Huh? Right now? It was really abrupt. No, we're already here. We left this afternoon. Quite a distance to Tokyo from Hinamizawa. Running at full speed down the highway would still take 6 hours. Dad has a license, but since he doesn't like the highway, they likely took the train. It'd have taken longer. I'm thinking you might understand since you heard us speaking last night, but it has to do with Daddy's contract. Right now, things aren't going so smoothly. Now that you mentioned it, I did remember that they talked all that time about how his job prospects weren't looking so good. Daddy is really sensitive about things like this, so if we leave things as they are, it will affect his work. Part of my father's particularly fragile artistic personality. His emotions change as easily as the fall sky. You could also just say he couldn't take criticism. But something like that can be done over the phone. Keiichi, this is your father's job. Can you support him a bit, please? Anyway, it's just faster to talk about it in person, so there wouldn't be any misunderstandings. Their son, there was nothing more I could say once they started talking about work. So we'll be back tomorrow night. Keiichi, you be fine on your own? Not like I'll die or anything. Keiichi, you shouldn't speak so lightly of dying. If there's something troubling you, just talk to us. I believe Mommy will be able to help out. Yesterday I did bring up if I died rather abruptly, so I suppose they were a little worried. Really, I was more depressed by the fact that nothing would be solved by telling them. But I did not plan on dying, at least, while I still knew nothing. I would never allow it. I won't die, I won't. I'll survive even after I gnaw my leg off. Yeah, see you then. Tomorrow morning, make sure to wake up. Eat your breakfast. Don't forget to take a bath and brush your teeth. Yeah, see ya. The call ended like that. Sometimes my parents went off to Tokyo for business meetings, but Tokyo was far away. They normally did things by phone. Times they did go were normally planned out in advance. Never happened this suddenly. I couldn't say that those circumstances didn't feel strange or rather unnatural. Anyway, I only needed to recognize the reality of the situation. That tonight, I was the only one in the house. That when my parents came back from work, I'd be gone, missing, vanished. Looking back on the series of events of the previous 5 years involving Oyashiro-sama's curse, wouldn't seem that strange at all. To think of it, getting pretty late. I didn't think it was good that the only light on in the whole house was from my room on the second floor. The same as broadcasting to the enemy that my parents were gone. This was their chance. First I ran to the living room, clicked on the lights, and turned the TV on to a reassuring volume. Next was the study. I similarly turned on the lights and some music. This from the outside, it would look like my parents were here. Again, I went through the house, checking to see if there was anything left unlocked. When I saw the veranda and laundry still hanging out there, I went pale. Would have made it too obvious. Needed to take it down. I snatched down the laundry haphazardly, erased all traces that my mother wasn't there. Be fine now. Garage. They hadn't gone all the way to Tokyo by car. They had gone up to Omiya Station. The garage was empty, wide open, and in plain sight. This was not good. I panicked and rushed out the back to close the normally open garage door. Fine now. I need to get the paper. Mom always got the paper. Since they left in the afternoon, the evening paper was still out there. My premonition was correct. I pulled out everything from the mailbox and dropped it in the entryway. Sure this time it should be fine. And to think of it, leaving the cupboard busted like that from my little freakout was kind of bad. To say I tripped and fell, and the bat I was holding smashed into it. And so, leaving its current state wasn't good. I should clean it up a little bit before Mom got back and scolded me. Remember that there was a broom and dustpan in the closet. I was going to go get them. Phone rang once again. Hello, this is the Maibara residence. Oh, is this Keiichi-kun? Your mother around? She isn't here at the moment. You idiot, Keiichi Maibara. Don't reveal that your parents are gone. Can fall up still. Calm down and take care of it. I think she'll be back soon. Wasn't a good response either. Might say they'll call again, or tell her to call them when she comes back. And that's fine. Wasn't anything important. And sorry for the bother. The scenario I feared didn't play out, eliciting a sigh of relief. That call was fortunate in more ways than one. I have to deal with more telephone calls coming in from my parents tonight. I was somehow able to deal with the phone calls just now, but I couldn't continue to rely on such poor improvisation. I needed to make a good story to explain that my parents were home. Couldn't answer them phone at the moment. We're making tempura and couldn't step away right now. That wasn't good enough. They were sick and went to bed because they weren't feeling well. Is that going to be safe enough? I was thinking about it on the way back to my room when the phone rang once again. It was like they were calling because they knew I was going to lie. I didn't want to pick up, but I knew I had to. They'd suspect my parents weren't here. I should have just taken the phone off the hook under the pretense that I didn't realize that it was. As the phone rang, I had to pick it up. Heard myself and lifted up the receiver. Hello? Stop pronouncing this was the My Bar residence. I had no reason to be kind to someone I didn't know the identity of. But unlike my uncouth voice, the person on the other side sounded goofy and lighthearted. Hello, my apologies for calling so late. This is Oishi from the Omiya bookstore. Oishi-san, that you, my Bara-san? Good evening, good to hear you are doing well. Wait, just a moment, please. I grabbed the portable handset and rushed up to my room with it. It was the same no matter where I was, since there was no one else home. But I wanted to be in a spot that just felt a bit safer when speaking on the phone with Oishi-san. Sorry for the wait. How are things? Anything changed since then? Then, what was that exactly? There was something about the brazen way he talked that rubbed me the wrong way. Last time I spoke with Oishi-san was 2 days ago. The day I stayed home from school. Met Oishi-san on the way back from the hospital. We headed into town for lunch and had a talk. And after that, Reina and Mion came to check up on me. Whenever I spoke with Oishi-san, they always knew about it. Like that since the first time I met him. Today's phone call may well be found out by them as well. Hello? Can you hear me, my Bara-san? Huh? Oh, sorry. What did you say? I asked if anything's changed since last time. There wasn't an answer, so I got a bit worried. Not really. The words stopped in my throat. A ton of stuff that happened. All of it baffling. What I talk about? I didn't understand any of it. But I should try asking. If I didn't ask now, I may never have another chance. This night, when my parents weren't home, I had no guarantees I would make it through the night safely after all. Oishi-san, it seems that someone is after me. Really? It could all just be a coincidence, but that day I missed school when I was sick, the two of them came to check up on me. Which two? Reina and Mion. Started asking about how I had lunch with you. What next? They left me some mochi when they came to visit. There was a needle inside. Fortunately, I somehow didn't swallow it. I wonder, could that have just been a threat? About the needle. It was just one of those common sewing needles you see all the time. There was a hole to thread the string, though. Not that, my Bara-san. The needle itself. That's evidence. Could be used as proof that they threatened you. Where is that needle? That's right, that's it. Dropped the receiver and rushed downstairs. I tossed the mochi out of terror, but that needle was a valuable piece of evidence. I'd certainly thrown the mochi and needle at the wall together. It was there. It would be on the living room wall. But my prudent mother had cleaned that living room wall. Not a trace of mochi left on it. Could it be that it dropped in the gap between the wall and the carpet? I frantically searched by running my palm along the carpet, but nothing turned up. I tried moving around the sofa and desk, pulling up the carpet, then flapping it around. I couldn't find the needle. My mom cleaned up everything without noticing it? It was 2 days ago. I didn't know what day they collected the burnable trash, but it may still be in the trash bin in the kitchen. I rushed in the kitchen, opened up the lid of the pail and poured out the contents. In a glance, I could tell that it would be incredibly difficult to find the needle in this pile of trash. Looking for a needle in a trash sack. I know. I'll try running my hand through it. A bit gross, but I was looking for a needle. If I felt a small prick, I'll be able to find it. It was a pretty tactless method, but it was the quickest. I held my breath and started striking the pile of trash with my hand. Filth flew about. There was nothing more disgusting than this. It was not the time to be concerned about such details. I continued on for a while, but nothing turned up. I searched more thoroughly. I was still on the phone. Didn't keep Oishi-san waiting for too long. Later, when Mom got back, I'd have to ask her if there was a needle. So we began scribbling on the notepad affixed to the refrigerator with the magnet. Is there a needle? Scrawled the words with a red pen. Then dashed up the stairs where I had been keeping Oishi-san waiting for far too long. Hello? Where did it go? Couldn't find it. Really overwhelmed back then and... See. Great if you could find it. Keep it safe. Right. The needle wasn't the only incident. Tell him about this morning with the hit and run. Also, Oishi-san, that isn't all. Actually, this morning, Van was definitely aiming for me. I'd say that without question due to the circumstances at that time. You see the license plate? I can search for it from here. Damn. He just flipped out yelling at... Back then, I didn't look at the plate. Failures on my part with the needle and the plate number. I was so focused just protecting myself that I let some of the most important details slip out of my grasp. Punched my pillow, annoyed at how worthless I was. I'm sorry, I don't know much more than that it was a white van. Nothing to fret about, my Bara-san. Anyone would be shaken up after being hit. Guess all this really isn't a coincidence, is it? We should start to hem and haw over on the other end. Imagine him folding his arms. Also, Reina is acting strange. How so? I said on the way home today, asking why I was acting so much like Satoshi-kun. All I could say it with confidence. That Reina knew what happened to Satoshi. She knew that there was more to it than just him simply disappearing. Reina knows. She knows something regarding what happened to Satoshi. Yet it was demoned away last year. What would that be exactly? Reina said, I was the same as Satoshi. She had something to the effect that the way things are going, I'll end up with the same fate as Satoshi. Fate, you say? Exactly what kind of fate did she say would befall you? Transferring out, she said. Transferring out? Reina said Satoshi transferred out. Given how things are going with me, I'll transfer out too. Oishi-san let out a stern sigh and then grumbled loudly. My Bara-san, that was probably some sort of threat. Maybe some type of warning. Thought so too. At that point I started to think, it'd be prudent to sum up everything that had happened up until now and as the machinations of some human perpetrator. And the theory of it being Reina and the others. I was left with Oyashiro-sama's curse actually existing, the only other explanation. Of course, I didn't tell that Oishi-san. Except, Reina's strange behavior could be proof of either scenarios. Whether it was Oyashiro-sama's curse being real, or everything being part of a conspiracy committed by all the villagers. Reina was involved. Reina had to know something. Reina was suspicious. What exactly was Reina? I couldn't help but think she was somehow involved with the prior string of mysterious deaths. I seemed to recall that Oishi-san had admitted that he had dug into Reina's past a little. He was probably just downplaying it when he said a little. He had actually dug pretty deep, most likely. Wanted to hear about Reina. Wanted to know what happened at her previous school. Other things that were still unknown to me. If Reina, somebody I should suspect. Not that. Wanted to know the truth. Tonight I was alone in this huge house. Even though I said I couldn't count on them, I'd lost the security I felt I had just by my parents being around. It wasn't like this house was some sort of fortress or castle. A malicious person decided to use brute force. They'd easily gain entry. There was no other residence as close to the Maibara residence. No one would be able to hear anything, no matter how loud it was. Never felt as much resentment towards my father's artistic temperament, the fact that he had this house built in such a remote location as I did right now. I wonder if I would still be here by tomorrow morning. If I had to ask, right now, I had no idea when the next chance would come. Oishi-san, I have something I want to ask about. Please, don't keep anything from me. Sure, ask away. Though he was so far on the other end of the line, this was the most relatable he had ever felt. I wanted to ask about Reina. What happened at our previous school? Actually, regarding Reina's... I noticed a sound that had been going on for a while now. Since I was so focused on the call, I hadn't paid attention to it at first, but I finally realized it was the doorbell. Time was 7 o'clock. Past the time the postman would be making a delivery. Past any sensible time for a neighbor to be visiting. Consider just acting like nobody was home. That wouldn't be good. That would ruin all the work I put in making it look like my parents were home. I needed to answer the door. Hello? My bar son? Sorry, someone seems to be at the door. Going to go see who it is. Guest? I see. My apologies. We in the phone call now? Would be a problem. No, I'll be back in a second. Do you mind if I just leave the phone on? It's fine, I don't mind. I dropped the handset on my bed and dashed down to the door. Needed to make a good excuse to get them to leave. I had a hunch it was the lady who called right before Oishi-san did. In which case it would be one of the neighbors who's friends with my mom. Say mom isn't feeling well and went to bed early. Be the easiest option. Be hard for her to ask to wake my mom up if she's not feeling well. Bell continued to ring at regular intervals. Somebody didn't answer after you rang the bell so much. Normally give up and go home, wouldn't you? Without removing the chain, I opened the door slightly, peered out at the visitor. A chill ran down my spine. I knew it. Somewhere deep inside me I'd prepared for this moment. I tried to escape by imagining it was the easiest person to deal with. One of my mom's friends. Evening. Reina. Couldn't be any reason for Reina to come over at this hour. Timing also made me feel uneasy, because it was just as I was about to ask Oishi-san about Reina. I could have chalked this up to mere coincidence. Those unsettling words from Mion several days ago echoed back to me. There's nothing this old man doesn't know. Are you alone, Reina? Yeah. Seems that Mion wasn't with her. But it didn't change the situation at all. Why did you come here? Ichi-kun, I'd like you to open the door so we can talk. I come inside, I wonder? It was true that speaking through a chained door wasn't the right way to talk to a classmate, but... At my house, the chain has to be on at night. Don't worry about it. And it can't be helped, I guess. Reina pouted rather sadly. She kept smiling at least, and her effort to keep that smile up was quite pitiful. Even though she was tugging at my heartstrings, it didn't lower my guard. As I stayed like this, even if it made my heart ache, my life wasn't in danger. I really feared, more than the possibility that hoodlums would assault me if I removed the chain. I was trusting Reina enough to remove the chain, and having my friendship betrayed. As long as the chain wasn't unlatched, even if it made my heart ache, I wouldn't have to deal with being betrayed by Reina. Since it didn't seem like I'd removed the chain from her silent urging, she appeared to give up on trying to get into the entranceway. You eaten yet, Keiichi-kun? No, I haven't eaten. Since my mom wasn't here, dinner wouldn't be ready no matter how long I waited. Laid down when I got home, woken up by the phone. Didn't have a chance to eat since I used up all that time talking. Going to have cup noodles in any case. I could eat just one whenever I wanted to. No, not yet. What about it? Good. Look here. I brought a bunch of dishes. And held out a stack of boxes wrapped in a cloth. If I could just use your kitchen, I can heat up the miso soup and other stuff. It's fine, you don't need to do that. But there's a lot of tofu and veggies in it. Keiichi-kun not like that type of stuff? I wonder. There's no way I wouldn't like that. I love miso soup with lots of ingredients. White radish, carrots, burdock roots, and potatoes. Dense and fibrous root vegetables. Yeah, that miso soup looks incredible. I also brought rice, so if you microwave it, you can eat it really quickly. Without a doubt, rice needs miso soup. stuffing rice down your gullet, dipping miso soup in between ravenous bites. How wonderful it would be how wonderful it is to be born Japanese. Also, I made some more pickles. I made sunsai pickles this time. Where I had moved here to Hinuizawa, I scoffed at the mountain vegetables called sensai. I was captivated by their charm the first time I tried them. Such a deep yet light flavor. Vegetables from the supermarket were tasteless and bland compared to these. You had to describe them, and they were the vegetables for the uninitiated. To become an expert such as myself, you first had to partake of sensai. It was common knowledge around here that Ryugi's traditional pickles were wonderfully delicious. No matter what kind of pickles they were, go so well with that fluffy white rice. And also, wait, there's more. Delicious, it just seems so delicious. Her way to my unhealthy self who said he'd make do with cup noodles. Rain appeared to be in good spirits, and she was offering such a delicious sounding dinner. The stress evaporated from my gut, and hunger reared its voracious head. At the same time, my weariness of Reina suddenly dwindled. Reina did say she was alone. It shouldn't be a problem letting her inside, though the possibility that it was laced with poison still hadn't been ruled out. At that moment, a cold chill ran down my spine once again. I couldn't understand why such a sensation had occurred just then, but the voice inside me was sounding the alarm. This happy Reina speaking of this charming dinner was dependent on one premise. That premise was that tonight, dinner hadn't been made at my house, meaning it was under the assumption that my mom, who should be making it, wasn't here. In any normal household, 7 o'clock would be around the middle of dinner time. If my mom were here, we'd be eating dinner around this time as well. The fact that she brought over all the makings of a meal at this time was inherently strange. Unless she knew. Did she know that my parents weren't home? But there was also the chance that it was a bluff. I had turned on the lights and a bunch of other stuff to make it seem like my parents were here. There was a chance that Reina was unsure if my parents were home. But I had to wonder. Laundry, the garage, the evening paper. There were plenty of signs of them being hastily tidied up. It was hard to say that Reina didn't have a chance to determine if my parents were here or not. Just 1 second. I left it. Each tangle. I should try holding on to the fact as long as I could. First of all, the chain was still latched. As long as I didn't take it off, Reina wouldn't be able to do anything to me. I'm quite grateful, but dinner will be ready soon. Huh? That's so. I know you went through all the effort and everything, but well, able to think of a good way to refuse. My words trailed off But some of this could work as side dishes, I think. I'm sorry, we have more than enough already. Mom always makes quite a few sides, so... You have side dishes? The smile that bordered on a cringe, I dodged her questions apologetically. The feeling I tried to ignore began creeping up my back again. I spoke as if my mom was setting down dinner right now. It didn't mesh well with what Reina was saying. Reina was talking as if she was aware of some obvious fact, and that I was aware of it as well. Oh, Ichi-kun can cook. What did you make, I wonder? No, well, it's not that Reina had assumed out of nowhere that I had made the dishes. Oh, so much that I'd made them. Rather, that my mom hadn't. Did you really make them? The side dishes? Did you, Keiichi-kun? It wasn't me who made them. My mom did. No, she's making them. Right now. So, you see, I'm sorry, but I can't eat what you brought. Reina fell silent at that moment. That moment I felt that the light had suddenly disappeared from her eyes. About I try guessing what Keiichi-kun's dinner will be. It doesn't matter what I'm going to eat. See, conversation might appear natural at first glance, but Reina was firmly in control. Felt like I was being interrogated. Her dinner. Wonder, is it something that can be made with just hot water? Hey now, stop with the insults. Can't believe you'd belittle my mom's extravagant dinner like that. Ticket sold out, full capacity already. That amazing. I'm best to put on a strong front, but I couldn't grit my teeth quite right. Instead, I looked like someone who was borderline hysterical. But Reina showed no reaction whatsoever, even to that silliness. Keiichi-kun, did your mother really leave you dinner? No, you see, she didn't leave me dinner. She's making it right now. Almost time for dinner. Reina had taken that assertion of mine. My mother was home and making dinner right now. I was completely ignoring it. I could tell that the more I panicked, the colder Reina became. Hey, Keiichi-kun. That moment, an uncomfortable chill crept in from the gap in the doorway. Your mom home, I wonder? Couldn't keep up this charade anymore. Reina. She knew full well that my parents weren't home, but come too far to admit that now. Wait, my parents were here when we'd be having dinner soon. That was the situation I'd concocted, so I answered. I told her she was here. She's here, of course. I could feel the humidity drawing out from the surrounding air. His eyes were becoming even more frigid, piercing me with their yellow glare. Why? What do you mean? Tried acting casual with that facade. Torn off me the instant I looked into Reina's eyes. That look informed me of Reina's response faster than she could open her mouth. Why have you been lying to me? I wonder. I'm not lying. It's a lie, isn't it? It's not a lie. Lies! Reina's outburst sent a jolt surging through my body. Reina and I were still separated by what few inches that slightly ajar, but still chained door could afford. Despite that, I was still being cornered. My house, which I'd considered as a safe haven until now, had become more like a dark alleyway where no one could save me. Shall I guess your dinner, Keiichi-kun? Let's see. I knew now that Reina had already known that my parents would not be here tonight. But it was still so strange that it had come to this, even if she somehow knew that my parents weren't home. There was no way she'd be able to guess what I'm eating tonight. But Reina said she'd guess. How could she guess it? How could she know it was instant? Cup noodles. That's right, isn't it? I was going to eat. The cooking repertoire of a man who can't do housework is probably nothing but cup noodles after all. Looking at this statistically was the most probable answer. That didn't mean she was guessing. Don't think you'll be full with just noodles. I think having rice and stuff will definitely hit the spot. Calm down, Keiichi, my bro. This was just coincidence. Reina was just reading certain tales of mine. But the fact that she was inferring what I was thinking alarms me. But it wasn't if she was actually reading my mind. It was being read. She was a demon. No, not a demon. Things like that couldn't possibly exist. You like them? You mean noodles? No. Granted that the point my answer was addressing was wrong. Her rebuttal was so short that I... Wait. Blanked out the thing. Read the pound thing too, right? Rebuttal was so short that I didn't understand the words Reina had spoken. Sorry, Reina. Did you say just now? Huh? About what? No, you asked me if there was something that I liked, didn't you? But long before I regretted how carelessly I had pushed forward with that question. Such a simple answer. That was why I wasn't able to comprehend it. Pork bone and ginger flavor. I wonder how I appeared in the moments my mind went completely blank until the moment I was able to recover. My field of view began to distort, slowly swirling in a counterclockwise direction. I lost all sense of balance. Why do you know that? Couldn't even deny it. That was the type of frenzied state I was in. Raina know even this. Not even caring as I smashed my head against the door. I fixated my gaze on Raina. But she didn't even flinch when she saw me do that. Certainly did buy them. Bought a bunch at once. Bought a whole case. Did you know that? Why, I wonder. Quite strange, isn't it? Isn't it? Dodge the question at a time like this. The chain in the door suddenly were no longer protecting me. How do you know? Why do you know? Answer me. You bought them at 7th Mart, didn't you? Shiver ran up my spine. I tried covering it up with an angry facade. Like I said, why do you know that? I was behind you, following you the whole time. What are you saying? I couldn't understand why she was saying she'd been following me all this time. That's because Reina was right behind Ichi-kun's back the whole time. That night I was absorbed in my phone conversation with Oishi-san. I didn't even sense her being there, standing behind the door, behind me, standing there just like that. When Keiichi was picking out the noodles, I was watching the entire time. You picked out so many flavors, didn't you? Then your mom got angry. You were going to pick the expensive ones. You should just pick one type, she said. Then Keiichi-kun picked out that big box of pork bone and ginger flavor that he loves so much, didn't he? I like it too. Pork bone noodles. But I can never eat a whole big bowl myself. My brain was paralyzed, dulling my senses. Might have been a defense mechanism to banish the fear I was feeling to non-traumatizing levels. The fear being diminished, the fog enveloping my mind was cleared away, and could understand what Reina was saying and started to put meaning behind her words. So my fear hadn't subsided completely. It was like I was standing at the edge of a cliff, eyes closed so I didn't have to look down. It didn't actually solve any of the basic problems. I slowly took a step backwards. As I withdrew, Reina advanced. So Keiichi-kun, can you open this? We can eat dinner together. Sure, it's going to be delicious, so, okay? Reina's pale, slender fingers squirmed through the crack in the door one at a time, as if they had a mind of their own, rattling the chain. If she had unlatched the chain from the door, a feeling of terror would have just exploded within me. But Reina didn't do that. She was simply imploring me to remove the chain. She was doing her hardest to light the fuse to the powder keg in my heart. Trying again and again. Clatter, clatter. It doesn't light. It doesn't light. Open up, Ichi-kun. Go away. I beg you, please go away. You say something so mean, I wonder. Please go away. Go away. Go away. The powder keg inside me finally went off. No smoldering. Just exploded. I tackled the door. The force through the door had knocked Reina momentarily off balance. Couldn't hesitate here. I grabbed onto the doorknob with both hands, planted my feet firmly, and pulled with all my might. That slamming sound I so desired didn't happen. I could feel a tiny, disturbing bit of resistance keeping the door from closing, and sort of that was Reina's fingers. Each of those fingers wriggling, arming around like the tendrils of a carnivorous plant through the crack in the doorway. It hurts. It hurts, Keiichi-kun, it hurts. wasn't a heart shriek, but more of a yelp she was trying to keep back. Wait, go away, go away. I kept on pulling the door with all my might. Didn't even realize that if I didn't loosen my pull on the door, at least momentarily, Reina wouldn't be able to pull her fingers out. That was why the door wasn't closing. It really hurts, Keiichi-kun. I'm sorry if I was messing around too much. Ugh. Didn't care one bit for her apology. No matter how many times she apologized, didn't change of what she had done up until now. Didn't change anything. Hurts. It hurts. Sorry. I'm sorry. Sorry. Go away, go away, go away. Reina couldn't leave even if she wanted to because I trapped her fingers. Reina's white finger had become deep red, or no longer even squirm. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Go away, go away, go away. Sorry, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Reina's apologies were occasionally twisted with pain, like a broken record. She was intent on repeating it over and over. Hey, go away, go away. Stop it, stop it, stop it, stop it. Pulled on the door even harder. Finally, Reina's fingers were somehow able to slip out from their imprisonment in the doorway. The moment that happened, the door closed suddenly. I could hear the thud of Reina falling on her butt on the other side. I locked the door immediately. Made a loud clunk, voicing my rejection to Reina. I'm sorry. Sorry, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Keiichi-kun. Sorry. Open up, Keiichi-kun. Reina leaned against the door, apologizing profusely and nothing else. After confirming that I was sufficiently sealed off from her, I trudged away from the entryway. On the other side, I could still hear Reina echoing her apology. Sorry. I'm sorry. Those pitiful words. It would be forever seeking my forgiveness. I didn't feel bad about this at all. That wasn't out of any sort of malice. Just, I felt a sort of hazy sense of relief that I was able to escape from Reina. For Miona threatened me at this doorway, saying there was nothing she didn't know. And just now, at the same place, Reina told me the same thing. Feeble attempts to disguise the fact my parents weren't home served no purpose from the start. Just pretended to be out, and not even opened the door. My meager plans hadn't helped at all. And Himizawa, it's impossible to outwit them. Even though I was on the other side of the door, but to get as far away from Reina as possible. Steps. Each step, her sniveling apologies became more distant. I sprinted up the stairs and dove into my room. You would expect, I was finally no longer able to hear Reina repeating her endless apology. Diving into my bed, I was stirred by the hard lump I felt. There was something in my bed. It was the receiver. I finally remembered. In the middle of a call with Oishi-san. Hit the clock. Apparently not much time had passed since I went downstairs. Maybe the clock had run out of batteries. I had talked with Reina for so long. Did almost no time pass. The hand on the clock was ticking forward 1 second, every second as usual. I put the still warm in my ear. Time, which felt frozen, began moving once again. Hello? Oishi-san? Sorry to keep you waiting. No, not at all. I didn't wait that long. It became apparent that the amount of time that had passed between myself and Oishi-san was different. Through the phone I could hear an energetic voice from a sports program or something. Drove home just how far away Oishi-san really was. Reina came just now. Did she come to play? Wasn't confident that I could coherently explain the situation to Oishi-san. I didn't need to right now. Right now I needed to know about Reina. That's right. Plan to ask Oishi-san more about Reina. Reina's little visit had interrupted the conversation. What was true and what was false I couldn't tell. The one thing I knew was the single grim reality that Reina was suspicious. Might be able to figure something out if I asked Oishi-san about her. Up until now, I regretted it whenever I forced myself to ask about things that I was better off knowing. But looking at it that way, you could say I'd hit rock bottom. There was no possible way I could feel any more regret than I did right now. No, rather I wanted to know if there was anything beyond this. I would regret more. Regret about tomorrow. And out of the realm of possibility for something to happen tonight. I wanted to know everything I could. I was absolutely not going to die like this. Not without knowing anything. I definitely won't. Regarding Reina Ryugi-san? I did a bit of digging, and while it wasn't much, I understood that Oishi-san was talking in circles. Bit me, and I dug so deep it'd be hard to discuss since you're her friend. I want to know everything from your research. I didn't think you'll be very interested in what I have to say, though. Son, spoke as calmly as possible to Oishi-san, who was continuing to avoid the issue. And I said it. I think Reina Ryugu is suspicious. Even if the past incidents were from Oishiro-sama's curse, Reina Ryugu is involved. You have some sort of proof that makes you believe Reina-san is suspicious? The manner in which Oishi-san spoke became very firm. Some sort of proof? That was him talking as a detective. Only have circumstantial evidence. See, I could tell even over the phone how disappointed Oishi-san was. Pulling on the fishing line when he felt a bite, to reel in the bait. Disappointed but ready to cast the line once more. So it seemed. Oishi-san, can't do anything without physical proof, can you? What I mean was, you can't come and save me without proof. Stuck that barb in there. Oishi's love roundabout ways of saying things. He understood me just fine. Fine, Mabara-san. I'll protect you. That was not the least bit reassuring. Oishi-san was just using me to continue his investigation. Just going to get killed. My corpse would be an important piece of evidence. That was all I was to him. Whether I'm alive or dead, be of no concern to your investigation. It's all over for me when I die. Oishi-san went silent on the other end of the line. May have been too blunt, but I didn't care. All I needed to relay to Oishi-san that I was currently in a very dangerous position. But please, tell me. Tell me about Reina. Satoshi transferred out. Not too far in the future. I'll probably also do what Reina called transferring out as well. You won't be able to find my corpse. You haven't even been able to find Satoshi's body yet. Alright, my son. Let's calm down. Already suppressing my agitation. Even without Oishi-san having to tell me. Solve anything if I continue to scream about my mistrust in the police. It would seem that I could only depend on myself. That Satoshi left behind to protect myself. And I at least wanted to know about what happened before Reina transferred schools. You're aware that this won't be very interesting, right? My resolve couldn't be swayed finally caved. Right now, to me, there is nothing that I'll find uninteresting. Please. Few things I need you to agree to, okay? Please keep this confidential. Also, part of this may be speculation. Not all of it may be true. Still interested? Might not be true? Understand what you mean. There isn't one main investigation for the mysterious chain of deaths in Hinamizawa. Each one is treated as its own individual case. Thus, Reina Ryugu has never been linked to any of the investigations. Basically, you see, this isn't an investigation of Reina done by the police, and is a personal inquiry, is what you're telling me. This will make things a lot quicker since you understand. All of it's from either phone calls or meetings and interviews, though they aren't corroborated. I'm asking you to take this all with a grain of salt, is what I mean. Do we have an agreement? All of it just what you heard? Yes, my apologies. That's all my personal investigation, you see. That thing. Or you said you saw Reina's chart, didn't you? Sure, I heard you say that. Oishi-san paused for a moment on the other end of the line. Told you that too? Ha! Please, pretend you didn't hear anything about that. I didn't care about on having certain obligations and responsibilities. I also didn't care if there was no proof. Even if there were just rumors, there's no smoke without fire after all. Please, tell me, Oishi-san. Understood. Don finally opened up those tight lips of his. seemed that Reina lived in Hinamizawa a long time ago. She had moved to Araki Prefecture after she finished elementary school. Then, following that, right after transferring, the unfortunate incident, the breaking of the school windows happened. Then, Reina confided to the doctor, Oyashiro-sama. This was all that he knew. There isn't much difference between what I know and what you know, my Bara-san. What part did you investigate further? Didn't need to ask. The incident that happened just after she transferred. The incident Reina was responsible for and what she told Doctor afterwards, correct? Yes. After you learned about that, you started suspecting Reina and the others, didn't you? Yes, I did suspect them. So, they're the ones after all. No. That's not what I meant by suspect them. Sun was the type of person to say things with confidence, but these particular words were less than reassuring. Then, did you suspect that it was Oyashiro-sama? Huh? That Oyashiro-sama's curse really exists? Right, well, Oyashiro's laugh was quite dry. Certainly not the kind that would make you want to join in. Oishi-san resumed the conversation about the dubious circumstances behind Satoshi's disappearance. Course of events up until the start of delving into Reina's past. Just then, there was thunder in the distance, and a heavy rain started pouring down. It came without warning. Rain so heavy it felt like it could beat you down. I'd left the window in my room open a crack to let the heat out. The violent wind danced into my room, making the curtains flap quickly. Is it? Nothing. It started raining heavily. Sorry, please continue. I got up while still on the phone and closed the window. I said at the beginning it was an incident, but because neither the school nor the victims filed charges, the police were never involved. So you see, those involved were very reluctant to talk, regardless of there being a victim who had one eye beaten so badly that it had permanent damage. It could have been the school or possibly some individual who made arrangements to keep this from going public. Also, the psychologist was very strict about their professional ethics. Hello? Ibara-san? Can you hear me? There was the figure of a person standing by the light near the mailbox this whole time. Even in this torrential rain, he didn't have an umbrella. They were unquestionably drenched from head to toe. In this shower, which more resembled a waterfall, droplets of water dripped down from her hair. Just standing there, both arms dangling at her side. In one hand was the stack of boxes wrapped in cloth. Her eyes focused on my room, focused on me as I was about to close the window. Her mouth was methodically repeating a chewing motion, as if she had something hard to chew in her mouth, her cheeks puffing out. Could she be eating over there? I could be at this time, more enthralled by rain instead of the shocking development being brought to light by Oishi-san. If it hadn't started raining, I wouldn't have gone to the window, and I wouldn't have noticed Reina, nor would I have noticed that. Reina's mouth was moving in the same pattern. She wasn't eating something, she was repeating something. Was it? She repeating to me. What she saying? And why was I right up against the window fixated on her? Hello? Ibara-san, can you hear me? Hello? I'm sorry. Ibara-san, I'm sorry. Sorry. I'm sorry. 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 I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Hello? Ibara-san, what's the matter? Even in this torrential downpour, Reina was still apologizing. The other self inside me drew the curtains hastily with my right hand, blocking my view of the outside. But even doing that, Reina's relentless apology still reached my ears. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. If I forgive you for this, will you forgive me for that? Please stop. Please stop. Stop. Please stop. I'm sorry. Sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Sorry. I'm sorry. 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 Damn it. Why did I have to forgive her? I'm the one who wants to be forgiven. Part of me can't you forgive? Won't be killed. If you won't forgive me, then I won't forgive you either. I won't forgive. 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 Ibara-san, if you can hear me, then please respond. Hello? You have received new tips. Split personality at the 7th Mart. Let's see what tips we got. See it in the movies quite often, but what is it exactly? Multiple personalities are thought to be escapism. Multiple personality disorder is a form of escape? Correct. The exact mechanism is not fully understood, but it's believed to be a type of defense for the brain to retain mental stability. Hypothetically, poor people imagining themselves as wealthy is a form of escapism, is it not? Is this also a form of multiple personality disorder? I wouldn't go that far, but broadly speaking, one could infer that. It's something that occurs in us all. Does split personality occur when one cannot tell which is reality and which is the escape? That's difficult to say. There are some who agree with that and some who disagree. There's no consensus. Is the occurrence of multiple personalities still an unknown phenomena? Something not fully comprehended in the psychiatric field? Unfortunately, that is the current state of things. We can only put our hope in future research. But it's sort of cool having a split personality. What kind of people get split personality? Recent studies find those who develop, or rather, those who are more susceptible to developing it, may be genetically predisposed, or may have had abnormal mental development. Some say that childhood abuse increases the chances. Speaking of which, person A here experienced abuse as a child, didn't he? How sad. Person A has 7 different personalities. Let's watch a video of him. Right after these commercials. I'm guessing that's was a TV program. Oh, this game and its sudden changes in tone. The 7th Mart was a bargain supermarket with food and alcohol. What's this, Keiichi? So many. No reason to get all the different kinds, is there? I flopped all the different colored noodle bowls into the cart. Cup noodles have gotten so elaborate recently. There are a bunch of different types, but to try each of them at least once. It was pretty selfish of me, but I thought I'd at least give it a try. Keiichi, buy them in a big case, it's cheaper. Dad faltered. Well, I had a feeling it'd end up like this. Dad knew there was no point in him butting in. And I'd only get to eat one kind. I'd get bored with it. I was resisting as a formality. I'd only given up inside and wasn't sure which case of noodles to get. If you can't pick, then Mommy will pick for you. Don't have to rush me. Quickly search the case. Noodles for what I want. Pork bone and ginger, large cup. Hey, Ichi, can't you get a normal one? I let Mom pick. She'd err on the side of safety and get soy sauce or salt flavored. Bone is good. I don't want a big bowl of tasteless stuff. Earned, insisting that the noodles I picked were the right kind. This frozen memory in time, this encapsulated word, I didn't have the power to look around my surroundings. I did what I could and reached out with my hearing and vision, sharpening my senses to find the presence I overlooked. No matter how much I searched through my field of vision, I couldn't see Irena. I rewound the situation, searching. Of course, I couldn't find her. She's spying at me from my blind spot? I go through the sound and presences again, looking. I could sense the other customers. They're all mixed about, moving as they please. There was nobody looking over this way and no one trying to get behind me. here. Can't be here. Probably wasn't here. I definitely noticed someone was right behind me, even when I wasn't on my guard. Smiled wryly at the thought of using a vague word like probably right before contradicting it with definitely. Then I paused my mental replay as a chill ran down my spine. There was definitely a presence like a shadow behind me. That was terror unlike any other. If a presence really had manifested behind me, I would definitely have turned around to check for it. The world had moved on. There was no way for me to turn around, carrying that frightened shadow on my back, gleefully running around the store searching for a case of noodles. Running through the instant noodle section, bad-mouthing my mom. But there was that presence constantly in my back, sticking to me like a shadow. No way to see what it was. Realizing it now after the fact was horrifying and repulsive. In that moment of time, I was running around gleefully, carrying that cardboard box. Tap. Listening to that moment again, I could hear every footstep other than mine going pit-pat. Every step. Tap. Tap. Tip-tap. Pit-pat. Pit-pat. Tap. Tap. Pat. Pat. Tip-tap. While I was running, the sound of those bare footsteps going pit-pat were right behind me. Me running around gleefully in the closed-off moment in time. Didn't hear it. I heard it. Why I remembered it. Didn't think I heard anything. Why I didn't turn around. That's why I didn't turn around. That moment, pit-pat of those footsteps were following me the entire time. I couldn't run faster and escape. I couldn't run any faster than I had ran at that time. I couldn't turn around. I hadn't turned around before. Not once. Then I returned to my parents and started talking. A shadow-like presence was right at my back. Since I didn't move, the shadow didn't move. Why, it made no sound. All that time, I hadn't taken a single step while talking with my parents. I was just standing there. Liable. Yet, I heard it. A pit-pat. Shouldn't it be? I took 3 steps. It followed 3 steps. Isn't that the rule? There was no sound other than that. That time, our world had gone dark. Sudden darkness. It was the end of my reflective journey. I was tired. I wanted to end it. Someone turn on the light. That my body couldn't move. I was sewn into a moment in time. Pit-pat. Past self's hair stood on end. It's impossible. That's just breaking the rules. I haven't moved. You shouldn't be moving either. Couldn't move. Shouldn't be able to move either. The rules. That sound echoed in the darkness once again. Hair on the back of my neck pricked up on an end. So close. It was hard to tell whether it was touching the hair or not. Shouldn't I move? How the presence was moving behind me. I quickly realized. Move. Just that I was scared and didn't want to. That was the only time I could turn around. Something unforgivable in this moment in time. Turn around immediately. My entire being was trying to force me to stop, and to administer a pain like a needle being stuck in it to every pore. Turn around. Turn around. Scared at all. I'll turn around. I'll turn around. Not scared at all. Scream I was unable to vocalize. I turned around. First, I couldn't understand the meaning of it. What is this? Situation from my eyes. It was like a mouth biting an apple and slurping the juice. The way you do with an apple. My mind was being eaten. It began to munch down, slurping the juices. It was like an apple. Meaning, in front of me was... Wah! Wait, he was turning around in a memory? I don't think you should be able to do that. And if you can, I feel like you should see a physician. Okay. Quick. Guess I'd be lying if I said I didn't get any sleep. I tried to stay awake all night. There are definitely gaps in my memory. Guess I kept nodding off and jerking awake in a panic all night. Been all night hugging the metal bat, sat on the top of my futon I used to barricade my door. Waiting, watching just in case someone tried to break in through my window. If I left this spot, someone would break through the door, sending the futon flying and attack me. If I stopped watching the window, someone would break through the glass and attack me. I tried telling myself I was just being paranoid, but couldn't sleep. Thought of being so vulnerable scared the living daylights out of me. If sleep meant taking that risk, I didn't need it. So much better to just stay awake. At some point during that endless cycle of nodding off and jolting awake, light began to shine outside. That was it. It wasn't so much the morning as it was just the sun simply having risen. I snuck a peek out through the curtains. Raina was gone. Didn't see her anywhere, no matter how hard I looked. Finally, I could breathe a deep sigh of relief. The night was finally over. I'd be lying if I said I wasn't tired. I didn't feel like sleeping at the moment. Still had time. I needed to make my own breakfast, so I'd better get started soon. Skipping school was also an option. My mom gone, it'd be easy to play hooky. Honestly, I debated it. The risk involved in leaving my house was incalculable. Staying holed up in here was probably my safest option. Staying here wouldn't solve anything. Uishi-san wouldn't help me without cold, hard evidence. Neither he, my parents, unless I found some sort of proof, his restless nights would never end. I stretched my body, tilted my head back.
Emotional damage!
Hi, Sheep. Thank you for coming by. Yeah, I think he's been doing a lot. I think he's been having a lot of emotional damage recently. For definite.
This is so sad. Despacito, play Country Roads.
I regulated my breathing, regained my senses. Calm down, Keiichi Maibara. Go to school. Wait until they set their trap for me. That didn't mean I was going to twiddle my thumbs. I need to avoid that trap. Secure, irrefutable evidence. You know the plates of any car that drives by. If I see someone suspicious, check their clothes and face.
It's a trap!
I wasn't just protecting myself, I was preparing myself to turn their attack against them and retaliate. Tension was similar to when two samurai were both aiming to slay each other with a single motion as they drew their katanas. It's okay. Yeah, I love you, Mercy. I was not at a disadvantage. I would have a chance to retaliate. Suddenly felt a bit of courage growing in my chest. Right. Let's go to school. Tightened my grip on Satoshi's bat. He was the only partner I could count on. Satoshi, please lend me your strength. And entrust your dying regrets to me, as you were probably murdered. Make sure I dispel them. Aw, thank you for giving Darjeeling a treat. With renewed resolve, I checked the clock. Still early. Of course, I was going to school by myself today. Didn't want to run into Reina or Mion. I needed to leave now. The shattered fragments of the cupboard were still strewn all over the entryway. Meant to clean that up last night, but never got around to it. The phone call and everything. My parents came back and saw this while I was at school. I would never hear the end of it. Still, I'd be wasting time if I cleaned it up right now. Considering what would happen if I ran into Reina or Mion. Wouldn't it be too late to clean it up after I got back home? Being extra certain that the doors were locked, I left the house. My uniform was still covered in mud from yesterday, so I left it in the washer. Today I was going to school in a tracksuit. By wearing a different outfit this morning, My mind was forced to accept that today was different from yesterday. I had a hunch. Today might be the day I get killed. Guard up, Keiichi Maibara. The only one who gets to decide if today is my last day is me. I spent the morning practicing my swim like it was my natural routine. After a while, Reina arrived at school. Our eyes met. Said nothing. Reina said nothing about last night. If it never happened. I could see that those vents were real by the wounds carved into her fingers. I just heard her telling Satoko and the others that the bandages were for her herself in the kitchen. Oh, wasn't like it bothered me. Details that Oasis shared about Reina's incident before transfer played vividly in my mind. But I knew about it. I couldn't even dream of Reina as a cute, ideal girl. Hey, Chan, I still see you're aiming for the Nationals. It was Mion. I'd already sensed her approach. I wasn't that surprised. Oh, Mion. If you understand, then leave me alone. I'm busy practicing. I gave her a curt reply without my usual jokes. Then I gave the bad knee for a larger swing, tacitly keeping Mion from getting any closer. Hey, Kei-chan, take it easy. I think Mion got the message. She still urged me to give it a rest. Homeroom's not that far off, isn't it? Let me finish practicing. I swung the bat even harder as a sign of my refusal. Kei-chan, when did you get into baseball? Just recently. Recently? You mean yesterday? Don't ask if you already know. Oh dear. It's a very unsportsmanlike reply. You're distracting me. Go away. I ignored Mion and kept swinging. Normally she'd get mad or bored and leave if someone gave her the cold shoulder like this. But Mion just stood there, waiting patiently for me to stop swinging. I didn't sense any hostility. But we were at school in plain view. Doubt she'd suddenly attack me here. That too naive. Still, I was starting to get tired. Maybe it wouldn't be so bad to take a break and hear her out. Need me for something, right? What is it? But poetry as I stopped swinging. I noticed my shoulders were heaving as I breathed. Cursed my lack of exercise. It's right, I might be able to move as needed when the time came. Should probably keep practicing my swing to build up stamina in addition to the excuse for carrying the bat around with me. Well, it's nothing important. If you're tired, I can ask again later. Now it's fine. I'm only dealing with you right now because I judge the situation to be safe. Talking to you alone and away from others? It's out of the question. Well, Mion was uncharacteristically trying to choose her words. But unlike Oishi-san, it didn't look like she was going to talk about something I'd rather not hear. Mion was puzzled, trying to find the right thing to say. Then she gave a hearty laugh to break herself out of that mire. This old man's just no good at this stuff. Having a poor vocabulary hurts. What's this all of a sudden? If you have something to say, just say it. Stop it. Stop that swinging. Get straight to the point. The request was so frank, I didn't understand it for a moment. I'd already stopped swinging to listen to her, didn't I? Just stopped, didn't I? That's not what I meant. I want today to be the last day you swing that bat. Sorry. It took me some time to understand what she was asking for. What's wrong with swinging a bat? Why? None of your business, is it? Not bothering anyone, am I? You are. Mion said it flat out. This didn't make any sense, and that was really irritating. And did I bother anybody? Mion was at a loss for words. She finally made up her mind and spoke, though she stuttered as she said it. Because, Kei-chan, that's someone else's bat. You didn't borrow without permission. It was left behind by a student who transferred, right? Just borrowing it until he comes back for it. Yeah, he transferred. Neon grew uncharacteristically fluttered. That made it all too clear that his transfer was a lie. But strange, isn't it? For the older brother to transfer by himself, while his little sister stayed behind. Couldn't hide her reactions as my words shook her up. Hey, Chan, you knew? Satoshi Hojo. Satoshi's older brother, right? The one demoned away last year? Unable to respond to that, Mion fell silent. Rain asked the same thing. Why did you start swinging that bat? He told me Satoshi did the same thing, practicing his swings, right before he went missing. So, is this some kind of omen for Oyashiro-sama's curse? Shh! Mio panicked and looked around. Please, Kei-chan, don't mention Oyashiro-sama so recklessly. Don't believe in him, but the others very much do. Reina especially. Dangerously so. Anyway, you're scaring everyone. If you're just fooling around, then stop it. You have to stop acting like Satoshi. I was the one who was scared. Who do I have to thank up for taking this bat in the first place? But it's still unsettling me knowing that my actions were overlapping with Satoshi's. It would be one thing if someone suggested it, but I thought I was making my own decisions. I'll say this now, I don't know anything about Satoshi. After all, you didn't tell me anything about him. Didn't mean to hide it. You were hiding the incidents that happen every year, weren't you? That's because we didn't want to, Didn't want to scare me? That's your reason for leaving me out? No, we didn't mean to. Mion, I asked you directly if something happened at the dam, didn't I? You told me nothing happened. Someone was dismembered and murdered. Lied to me. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to lie to you, but... Friends don't hide things from each other, right? Isn't that right? Then you all aren't my friends. Kei-chan, we... Mion looked helpless and flustered. Was I imagining the tears in her eyes? Never could have imagined Mion acting like this. Oh, by the way, those get well mochi you brought the other day? They were good. I thought I was going to bleed. Who did it? You? Or Reina? He admitted it so easily. I couldn't help but be surprised at how easy that was. Could have killed me. Could you do that to a friend? But it was just a little prank. Mion gave me a wry smile mixed with confusion, causing even more anger to well up inside me. Think that was a prank? I grabbed Mion by the collar and lifted her up. That wasn't the same as putting Tabasco sauce in a piece of mochi. It was a needle, a sewing needle. I had swallowed that and it lodged in my throat. What did you think would happen? Mion's face froze and her body rattled in fear. That wasn't the Mion Saki I knew anymore. Anyways, you're not my friend. There's no reason for me to listen to someone who's not my friend. So just leave me alone for a while. Got it? Mion wasn't replying anymore. Won't be that easy to erase me, you know? Cops have been on to you from the start. Don't think you can make me disappear like you did Satoshi. I said it clearly. This was my declaration of war. I think you guys are suspects in the previous incidents, too. I also know you've spent a lot of time with the cops ever since the anti-dam movement. Don't think you can hide it from me, got that? How did you know? Mion stood there with a dumbstruck look on her face. That was when I heard the principal ringing the bell for school. It was time for morning homeroom. Let's go. Class representative needs to be there, right? That moment, for the first time, I realized Mion was sobbing as tears ran down her cheeks. You so mean, Kei-chan. I wanted to console her, but I shut my mouth. I had no need to feel guilty. Going. Don't be late for homeroom. I left Mion, still shaking as I turned around to head for the entrance. I had no idea how troubling it was to make a girl cry. On my back, I could hear her muttering. The faint mutter as if she was speaking to herself. That's how it is. Huh? She wasn't saying it to anyone. It's Mion talking to herself. The sobbing voice, the kind of giddy, cursing tone. I nearly stopped and turned back towards her. It's that bastard. He leaked it all to Kei-chan. She balled up her fists as her tears continued to rain down. She glared at a spot at the ground with a terrifying yet smiling face, cursing. A chill ran down my spine from that demonic expression. Transformation. Mion's transformation was different from Reina's. She killed him back then. Forgot the mercy I showed him just because he was going to retire this year. Retiring this year. Talking about Oishi-san? Damn it. Damn it. Going to kill. Damn old man. Felt like the air itself had just begun distorting. Mion at the center, the world had begun to twist and spiral, bending, whirling. This was the first time I'd experienced such a visage. Rise. Attention. Mion made up an excuse for her red eyes by saying there was something wrong with her contacts. After that, neither Reina nor Mion spoke to me for the rest of the day. Neither Satoko nor Rika-chan looked me in the eye. Strangely, I didn't feel hurt. Everything had just went back to the way it was. The months since I transferred in had been almost too much fun. Was all. School was supposed to be something like this to begin with. It was just like that feeling. Today, it felt oddly refreshing. Bell rung, sounding the end of the monotonous school day. It felt so tense, yet so dull, since it would cause a lot of unpleasant memories if they asked me to join in the club activities. I promptly started preparing to go home without even looking at them. I stuffed the contents of my desk into my bag, wrapped my hand around Satoshi's now familiar bat, and began heading towards the entrance. I was assailed by both the exhausting relief that nothing had happened today, and the tiring possibility of the same thing repeating tomorrow. Deep down inside me, far beneath in the recesses of my heart, achingly I knew this would be the last day of this cycle. Couldn't tell how the ending would be, whether it would end as I wished it to end, or if it would end as I hoped it wouldn't. Regardless of my current state, there was something more important than how things would end. There was something I wanted to know. Why did I have to be killed? Did it come to this? Why? What purpose? Sunlight was relentless. Sun, the heat, even the air. They wouldn't give me my answers. Could it be that the cries of the Higurashi were desperately trying to tell me something? Somewhere, mixed in with their shrieks, Mitake-san and Satoshi were also probably trying to tell me something. I simply haven't been able to realize it yet. When I do realize it, I wonder if I will be amongst the Higurashi, fruitlessly crying to the next victim. Glancing down at my feet, I saw a Higurashi on its back, spasming weakly. Wee. There was still much of the summer left. This one was already chirping its last song. I couldn't tell what it was saying, no matter how hard I listened. I had to try to listen to what it was desperately trying to tell me. That moment, the shrills of the Higurashi ceased all at once, as if they had huddled together, fearing that the person who brought them to their dreadful fate had arrived. There was no mistaking it. A presence was approaching. The sound of footsteps was almost non-existent. The Higurashi had warned me by ending their chirping. I wouldn't have noticed. My exhaustion left me in a heartbeat. In its place, the rush of adrenaline that sharpened all of my senses. I was just barely able to hold back that creeping, suffocating feeling of horror. It wasn't something I could hold back for long. In this moment, when I needed to be razor sharp, I was able to retain my composure. I wasn't going to shout like I did yesterday. I hid myself calmly among the trees, waiting for my pursuer's shadow. Did I get them to pass by me? No, since I was able to hear their footsteps. They were probably also able to hear mine. Might have already been able to tell that I'd hidden myself and was holding my breath. The person telling me, did Reyna just like yesterday? If it was Reyna, I wouldn't hold back. I'd just yell at her and make her go ahead like yesterday. If it wasn't Reyna, it would depend on how they acted, I guess. Footsteps ambled closer. I swallowed, wiped my clammy hands on my pants, and readjusted the grip on the bat. I could tell that the fear I had beaten back once was now waiting for another opening to come at me. Could it be? I peeked out from behind the tree at the person following me. My imagination had led me astray. It was Reyna. There was a bit of relief as I realized it was someone I knew. That feeling left me in an instant. Oh. Oh. We have a raid. Hey, hey, hey. Hello, Ichiban. Let me give you. Hey, hey, hey. Yes. Hi, Ichiban. Thank you for the raid. I hope you're true. Oh, you're playing Cyberpunk 2077. Cool, cool. Let's see. Heard lots about this game. Yeah, it's good. Yeah, it's very much like, you know, a psychological thriller type thing. It does. The content can be kind of like harsh, though. I will say that. That's just why I have the trigger warning or whatever. Like about violence and suicides and stuff like that. So yeah, it's not everyone's cup of tea, but it's like if you like kind of like psychological stuff, you'll probably like that. So we're actually getting really close to the end of chapter 1 here of this, or just basically volume 1. Going to finish it tonight, and then that way we can start on chapter 2. Lurk, because I'm very hungry and need food. Hope you have a great stream. Oh, thank you so much for the lurk, and thank you so much for the raid. I really appreciate it. This wasn't the same Reyna that I knew. Her eyes were dark and lifeless. Her mouth appeared as if it was carved into a crescent. It looked like she was grinning slightly. And in her right hand was an axe. Well, that's not good. I hid myself behind the tree and once again recalled the unbelievable sight I just saw. Was that just now? The embodiment of terror laid bare. Baseball practicing my swing, there were tons of excuses for me to be carrying a bat. For that axe? There was no excuse for that. Axe, just like that? Ichi-kun, are you playing hide and seek, I wonder? Wonder. My heart was pounding, hard enough that I had trouble breathing. The little composure I had been able to hold on to was now crushed. In its place, cold sweat gushed forth, covering my entire body, letting me know precisely what kind of emotion had taken hold. Good, not good, not good. Unable to hide myself completely. He already knew I was here. Are you trying to scare me? I wonder. I wonder. I thought it would be better to reveal myself now. There was still space between us, to allow Reyna to come any closer. I adjusted my grip on the bat again, readied myself mentally, and stepped out from behind the tree. I found you, Keiichi-kun. Reina was pleased that she found me, eliciting a mysterious giggle. Her mouth was smiling, but her eyes told me she was displeased by the fact that I had been hiding. Eyes, just so empty. My legs began to quiver. Good. In the pit of my stomach, some sort of viscous, hot, and cold substance began spreading around. If I allowed it, that substance would slip into my bloodstream and deadly freeze all the organs in my body. Not good. Devoured by Reina at this rate. Strike back. Don't lose. What is it? I blustered, hiding behind my bravado. Reina didn't flinch one bit. It's the same as Keiichi-kun. I'm heading home. What about that axe? And what about that bat you're holding? I'm practicing my swing. Then I'm treasure hunting. Reina gave an explanation as to why she had such a fearsome weapon. Treasure hunting? At the treasure mountain near the dam site. I found a new cute thing. So I needed this to dig it out. I believe that. You wouldn't believe it, wouldn't you? Reina's laugh was obviously very strange. I'd seen Reina's transformation many times before, but the one today was completely different, like her mischievous tone and the shrewd glint in her eyes. Wasn't something that roundabout. Not sure what to say. Just so obvious. Wait, Keiichi-kun. Reina didn't stop walking, even as she let out that eerie laugh. Whenever Reina got too close to me, I would scurry away and turn back towards her. This cycle repeated over and over. No matter how you looked at it, I was being chased by Reina and was trying to escape. Don't follow me. I can't do that. My house is this way, after all. When I met with Reina on this road yesterday, she cowered and trembled as she followed my commands. Today was different. Reina didn't show a hint of trepidation. Actually, was I the one who was cowering? The way home for Reina and me was the same. It's fine, I just changed my route. That'd work out, wouldn't it? I turned onto a side street I'd never been down and knew little about. But Reina saw me do that and followed me while laughing. Why? You going home? Just go down the street you normally do. Why would you follow me down this weird little side road? Thoughts screamed in my head, eventually spilling out of my mouth. Why are you following me? The tone of my voice was already tinged with terror. Because I want to talk to Keiichi-kun. Keiichi-kun wants to talk to Reina too, doesn't he? Doesn't he? I don't want to talk about anything with you. That's a lie, isn't it? There's something you want to ask me about, isn't there? Not at all. I have nothing to talk to you about. That's a lie, isn't it? It's not a lie. Lies! Reina's scream echoed, startling some nearby birds into flight. I cringed in fear. The only thing I could do was increase my pace. Let's talk, Keiichi-kun. Talk. Why was I running down this unfamiliar and deserted street? Doesn't Keiichi-kun have something he's worried about? Nothing at all. I'm not worried about anything. Lies! Even though I was running, even though Reina was walking, why wasn't I getting any farther away? No, I know. I really do know. You're scared, aren't you, Keiichi-kun? I'm not scared. I'm not scared of anything. Lies! My breathing grew heavy, and it felt like my legs were giving out from beneath me. Reina wasn't even breaking a sweat. I'll listen. This time, I'll listen. I had no idea what she was talking about, what exactly she wanted to do. This time, I'll listen. It'll be different from the time with Satoshi-kun. She said Satoshi's name. I turned back for a moment. But even as I did that, Reina was still advancing. Can't afford to stop. Toshi-kun was worried too. It looked like he was having such a hard time. I didn't listen. I was so sad. What did this street connect to? All these twists and turns, ups and downs. Hard to believe that this was even remotely in the direction towards my house. My sense of direction had long since gone out the window. I really regretted it when Satoshi-kun transferred out. I thought that if I had listened, he may not have transferred out. I really regretted that. The road led me deeper into the forest. And getting farther away from the village, the more I ran. I lost more and more of my composure the more I thought about it. But despite this realization, my inner self was still disturbingly calm. So you see, I vowed that if there was someone struggling like Satoshi-kun did, I'd save them. Didn't want to see anyone transfer out again. Damn it. Does transfer even mean? Won't let you transfer me. I won't end up the same as Satoshi. On, Keiichi-kun, talk to me. I'll be able to understand you, Keiichi-kun. I'm your ally. I started wheezing out of breath. My lungs were so hot that they felt like they were going to explode, and my heart was beating as hard as it possibly could. I should have practiced running instead of my swing. Couldn't even afford to scoff at that stupid thought. Keiichi-kun doesn't have anything to worry about. He'll go back to normal. Everyone will be back to being friends, and we can enjoy club activities again. Next time we'll team up and beat Mii-chan. Yeah, how much fun that would be. Reina couldn't even imagine how much I wished I could turn back the clock on the past few days. It'd be nice to me again, too. Want to go searching for treasure again. This time, I'll prepare a nice lunch. Actually, we just go right now. Let's go up the dam site together. I'll show you the cute things I've just found. I'm sure you'll like it, too. My footsteps made pathetic flapping sounds as my leg wobbled and faltered. Hot on my heels, Reina's steps were sharply breaking twigs underfoot. I had to accept it. I was on the run, being chased by Reina. If she caught me, it was all over. I realized it instinctively. I couldn't even begin to think of what the end would entail. That if I was caught, it's all over. That's all I knew. It didn't matter how it was going to end. Wouldn't let it end. Not without knowing anything, not yet. That momentary lapse was all it took. All the things that could have happened. My knees buckled underneath me, and I crumbled towards the ground. I tried to stand frantically, urging my legs to respond. I used my bat as a makeshift cane to prop myself up, but Reina was already standing right in front of me. Compared to me, out of breath, and utterly exhausted, Reina was so cool and composed that she could have froze the air around her. She wasn't breathing hard at all, rather. I couldn't even sense if her heart was beating. You afraid of something, I wonder? It's not like you to tremble, Keiichi-kun. Her expression looked almost affectionate. Those soulless eyes, that mask of affection. As she admonished me for trembling, Reina's hands deftly slipped over her head. The blur of arms as she moved made me feel as if I was staring at the godliness of the thousand-armed Buddha. Then, as both her hands met above her head, the axe that she held came into focus. I stared at it in disbelief. That's all I could do. Tell me, what happened to Satoshi? Reina stayed like that, the axe poised, raised above her head, and solemnly opened her mouth, as if she was expressing a farewell to a friend she was never to see again. That cruel scenario resided somewhere in her actions. I told you, Satoshi-kun transferred out. Enough of that transfer crap. It means demoned away, doesn't it? Doesn't it? You can tell me now, can't you? Who made Satoshi disappear? Is it you, Mion, or someone in the village? Answer me. I became frantic the more I screamed, but Reina did nothing but maintain the smile frozen on her face. I have no idea what Keiichi-kun is talking about. Then I'll say it in a way so you do. Who is the perpetrator of this chain of mysterious deaths? You seem to be confused, Keiichi-kun. What? There is no human perpetrator. Everything is by Oyashiro-sama's will. Isn't Oyashiro-sama's curse just superstition? Believe in that too? It's not about believing or not. Oyashiro-sama exists. Period. Rina's gaze grew even more gelid. The frosty stare was so intense, nothing allowed me to question anything. There's just no way that something like Oyashiro-sama could exist. You don't believe me? In Oyashiro-sama? No way I could believe it. There's no way it could exist. It exists. Oyashiro-sama exists. Keiichi-kun should have felt it personally. I never felt something like that. Keiichi-kun, haven't you felt someone apologizing to you before? Constantly on top of that? All noise from the outside world disappeared. Only Reina's voice resounded, loudly and terribly. See, till you forgive them, they'll always be with you. At school, at home, at your bedside. I couldn't understand what Reina was saying. It came to me too. Oyashiro-sama did. That's why I transferred and came back to Hinamizawa. Understand. Transfer even mean? What was Reina saying? Didn't Oyashiro-sama come to you as well, Keiichi-kun? I'm probably the only one who you can confide in. I won't let you transfer out, okay? Reina's demented laughter clanged around inside my head. Was Reina saying Oyashiro-sama came to her as well? That's right. Last night I heard about that when I asked about Reina. Please keep this confidential. Also, part of this may be speculation. Not all of it may be true. You still interested? Shisan began speaking. Neither the victims nor the school filed their complaint, so there's no preliminary report. Basically, the police hadn't intervened in this matter. All of these details are just what I heard from those involved. Meaning, it's not that credible. You said there were victims? Didn't Reina just break all the windows? No. Reina Ryugu had attacked 3 boys, using a metal bat. 2 of them made it out with only bruises, but the other had been injured so badly that one of his eyes was permanently damaged. Shouldn't that be considered assault? Shouldn't the police have arrested her? For whatever reason, the victim never pressed charges. There was no report to the police, so they were beaten with a bat, suffered significant injuries. Normally there would be a criminal investigation. Didn't they press charges? I tried asking the 3 male victims for their side of the story, but they were all reluctant. Hard to say, but they were all afraid. Even after she had transferred schools. Oishi-san, you summarize it starting from the beginning? Reina hit people while she broke the windows? Or was it she started breaking the windows after she got bored of hitting people? They sounded similar, but the meanings were drastically different. On an undisclosed date, Reina Ryugu was conversing with 3 male students, close friends of hers, near the pool storage shed. Who were those 3? I can't reveal their names, but they were close to Reina Ryugu, and it seems they were a group of friends. She was the lone girl in their group. But wasn't that strange the 4 of them were together? What happened? I don't know the reason why. She took the baseball team's bat that was in the pool storage shed and beat the 3 of them down one after the other. Huh? There were no witnesses. This was an account pieced together by the information given at the time of the incident. One day after school, Rain and 3 male students were at the pool storage shed talking together. They weren't seeking help. Rather, they usually met up there. It appears it became a heated discussion. At the time, Reina underwent a change. The change was so abrupt that the 3 of them didn't comprehend what was happening. Then, after taking the metal bat, he attacked her friends, one after the other. Leaving her friends covered in blood, with gashes on their head, she made her way towards the school building. She broke the glass window one after the other. A few minutes later, a teacher appeared on the scene and subdued her. It was this change Reina underwent that matches up with the statements from the three was a sudden change. The point that there was a transformation. Transformation? I could also recall Reina's transformation. I'd seen that change many times before. It was so different from the usual Reina that I couldn't help but believe it was someone else who looked like Reina. That transformation they're talking about, it happened before? No, there was nothing like that. As far as I could find out, in her medical history and past, there was nothing like that. Does that happen often? People change suddenly like Reina did? Of course it does. There are plenty of psychological phenomena that could cause something like that. Then, you're saying there was a dormant element in Reina that caused that transformation. Cannot say that for certain, but according to the statements of her friend, it's hard to believe she had such a side to her. Kind, caring, and adorable. Before she transferred here, probably pretty popular in school like she was now. That girl transforming suddenly and assaulting them with a bat. Could imagine such a thing. Nobody could have seen it coming. I myself sometimes believe that I was mistaken for thinking that was Reina, even now. What happened after that? There was a hospital right across from the school, so the three of them were carried in and treated quickly. What about Reina? What about the police? Why wasn't there a criminal investigation? You see, police can't get involved unless they are called. And though even though one was badly injured with permanent damage, didn't they file charges? What caught my attention as well, either some threat or pressure was placed on them, or they had a reason they couldn't file charges even if they wanted to. Talking about you, after all. Of course you looked into it, didn't you? Well, yeah. But I told you at the beginning, didn't I? That the victims were all very reluctant to talk. They didn't want to touch on the matter, or rather, they didn't want to be involved. Reluctant to talk. Didn't want to touch it. Didn't want to be involved. Resembled the villagers here in Oyashiro-sama's curse. The teacher at that school tell you anything? The school is hallowed ground. You'd say they tend to keep scandals under wraps. They didn't have a search warrant, so I had to tread lightly, you see. There was no comment from the school? No. They denied the incident even happened. It's just, 3 male students were carried in for blunt force trauma that day. That's all there was in the hospital records. Victims didn't speak, the school denied it happened. And you don't know anything at all? Yeah, I know nothing other than the incident itself had taken place. The victims also wished this incident could be kept from the public. So if you and I both forget about it, my boss, then this incident will probably just fade away. For a brief period, we sat in silence. First glance, it looked like a simple assault case. That was just the tip of the iceberg. The depths were obscured by waves, sinking quietly into the void, as if it never existed to begin with. After that, she was suspended by the school. During that time, she underwent psychiatric counseling. Hear anything from that doctor? Again, they are very professional in regards to their ethics. Police very tight-lipped. Nothing even after you showed them your badge? I was told to get a warrant. The badge itself has no legally binding authority after all. And how did you know that Reina confessed that it was Oyashiro-sama who did it? There was a nurse I asked in that department. She agreed to help me just from showing her my badge. What did she say? Turns out the nurse hadn't heard everything. All that she remembered was that she was overheard from inside the room. The nurse said that at the time, Reina who was very calm and mild-mannered. More like she was confessing her sins at church than a counseling session. She spoke with her mother there for some of it. But, partway through, her mother was asked to leave. It became a private counseling session between just the doctor and Reina for a while. The part with Oyashiro-sama Did that pop up? Partway through, she screamed the name suddenly. That startled the nurse, and that's why she started listening in. Soyashiro-sama! Reina suddenly shouted that. No idea what was said before that, so I had no idea what the meaning behind it could have been. Doctor, calmly and collectedly, asked Reina to have a seat. What is this Oyashiro-sama you speak of? Gently, ever so gently. The fundamentals of counseling were believing what you were told. Whoever abandons Nimizawa will be hunted down by Oyashiro-sama. And they've finally gotten to me. It's the town you lived in before you moved here, isn't that right, Ryuko-san? I didn't want to move. Because of my mom and dad's circumstances, we had to. Oyashiro-sama wouldn't allow it. You-san must have a lot of friends in Hinamizawa. Even now you must be missing them dearly, don't you think? Want to go back? Back to Hinamizawa? No, not that I want to go back. I have to go back. Should have gone back much sooner. Now it's too late. Oyashiro-sama has come. Oyashiro-sama is the name of the god in the Hinamizawa, isn't that right? Everybody knows. Hinamizawa's garden deity. If you ever try abandoning Hinamizawa by leaving, you'll incur his wrath. You had moved quite a while ago, didn't you? Then it was just now that this god has arrived. Is that what you're saying? You might not believe me, but Oyashiro-sama exists. That nerd was then asked by another nurse to do something and left the room. That was all she remembered. And it was Oyashiro-sama's doing, right? I do believe there is some kind of superstition in Himizawa, that if you leave the village, then you incur Oyashiro-sama's wrath. You should be familiar with this part, my Bara-san. Very well what those scorned by the village incurred. To hinder the dam construction project, they cursed the construction foreman to his death. Then, following years, Toko's parents, supporters and leader advocates for the dam, were cursed to their death. But this was the first time I've heard the village of the curse incurred by leaving the village. This, my first time hearing that. I can understand outside threats being cursed by the village, but why also villagers who leave? Normally, people who leave villagers aren't supposed to be cursed, right? I know it's a bit strange to say, but I could see it as a rule that come in are the ones who would be cursed. Far from Jupiter, far from his thunder. Curses weren't something to chase after people that leave, weren't they? Shisan pondered for a bit over on the other end of the receiver, then began speaking again. Well, I told you of long ago when Hinamizawa was called Onikakushi, didn't I? Recalled hearing that. Long ago, Hinamizawa was feared and respected as the village of ogres. The villagers at the foot of the mountains worshipped the ogres. So Onikakushi was hallowed ground that you could never enter. It came to be said that if you entered carelessly, you were cursed by Oyashiro-sama. Those who set foot in Onikakushi, in other words, Hinamizawa, would be cursed. You can understand that. I know that, but for leaving to also be no good, that's also the ogres, you see. They were being strictly watched by Oyashiro-sama, so they would not enter into our world. In other words, Oyashiro-sama probably restricted interaction between Onikakushi and the rest of the world. See, I finally understood what sort of thing Oyashiro-sama was. Basically, Oyashiro-sama is more like a warden than a protectorate deity, I guess. Trying to keep this place isolated from the rest of the world. I guess that's how it would seem. I'm sorry, I don't know very much myself. This is mostly was passed on to me from my grandmother. I'd understand it a bit better if it was like that. Those who came to Hinamizawa would be cursed. Those who tried to leave would also be cursed. So, because Reina originally lived in Hinamizawa and moved away, she fulfilled the requirements for being cursed. That means, because Reina moved away against its wishes, she was cursed by Oyashiro-sama? Is that what it adds up to? Short, that seems to be what it points to, I guess. Matter of fact, soon afterwards, they did move back to Hinamizawa after all. Those who abandoned Himazawa and left were cursed. Then, why only Reina? Didn't Reina's parents also have been guilty of some transgression by moving away that have been cursed? So in this day and age in Japan, would there be a lot of people coming and going? Every single one of them was cursed. Didn't it be insane? But in reality, it wasn't that big of a deal at all. Most, there would be one person dying and one disappearing on the day of the Onikakushi. Don't like saying at most, though. Well, anyways, there's a lot I still don't know. Even if it was Oishiro-sama's curse, it doesn't add up to why her classmates, the victims who were beaten with a metal bat, and pressed charges. Don't think the victims were because they believed that a terrible curse had befallen them, do you? Of course, I didn't want to believe it. More importantly, I had just realized something else. There was another bizarre connection that Reina made between Oishiro-sama's curse and metal bats. Satoshi fell victim to Oishiro-sama's curse and went missing. I had recently learned that Satoshi had also become infatuated with the metal bat right before he disappeared, just like me. Then, Reina as well. He was affected by Oishiro-sama's curse. He confessed that much to the doctor. And the weapon she had used at the time of that horrendous act was, again, a metal bat. Finally, me. I'd encountered very things that were inexplicable, and now I was holding onto a metal bat. I was shocked when I learned that Satoshi did the same thing. Couldn't be. Had the same thing happened to Reina? But there was one critical difference between her and Satoshi's case. That being, Satoshi went missing after falling victim to the curse, but Reina was still here. Both of them had fallen victim to Oishiro-sama's curse, yet they were met with different endings. Finally, me. I couldn't call it a coincidence anymore. Reina, Satoshi, and finally me. Could it be that what it was under Oishiro-sama's curse right now? More importantly than that, what should I do now? Satoshi had been demoned away, vanishing without a trace. Reina was fine. Fine. Reina had undergone a change. I could only believe that there was something that wasn't Reina residing within her. And here right now, standing before me. Reina, please tell me. What will happen to me? Reina stood imposingly, not answering. Toshi disappeared, but Reina didn't disappear. What will happen to me? I had never heard such an unpleasant laugh before. It had become akin to the sound of her breathing. It was no longer a voice or an expression of feeling. Don't worry. I'll save you. Reina took one step forward, still holding the axe high above her head. Now then. One step closer, Reina's face spread out to fill my vision. Speak. One step closer. Reina's nose was close enough to touch mine, and was still pushing closer. There's something you want to say, isn't there? I'll listen. I'll save you, okay? Speak, okay? Speak, okay? I slumped down, landing squarely on my butt. Then for some pathetic reason, all I could to get as far away from Reina. I had the gut feeling that I couldn't let her laughter end, because when that laughing ended, the moment I picked up on that feeling, my body moved by instinct. I sprang to my feet so fast even I couldn't leave it and push Reina away with both hands. Reina was light as a feather, thrown about by the unbalanced weight of the axe. It was sent backwards as if she had been carried off by the wind. After confirming that out of the corner of my eye, I dashed off at full speed. I was the perfect picture of fleeing like a greased pig. Away from Reina. Run away. Survive. Couldn't think of anything other than this. While I was running, I remembered I'd been holding on to a bat the entire time. Such a worthless weapon. Couldn't believe I'd forgotten about this weapon at such an important time. I sped even farther down the winding path. I didn't even feel myself gasping for breath, or my legs getting heavy. My body understood it as well. If I didn't run away from here, I wouldn't live. To hear the laughter of that simulacrum of Raina coming from behind me. It rang through the trees and in my head, and slowly chiseled away at my sanity. The grove of the trees thinned out, my field of vision suddenly expanding. Where was this? For a moment I was bewildered by the scenery I felt I knew, but couldn't quite remember. I quickly realized the damn sight. The fact that I'd dashed madly and ended up in a place like this gave me a bad feeling, like I was following someone's scripted plot. I had a good view of my surroundings, but I didn't see a single soul here. This was a terrible spot for someone on the run. There was no better place for an attacker. My heart was already on the verge of bursting. The muscles in my legs were screaming, but I didn't care. If I stopped here, then they might not even be able to scream for much longer. Even still, I glanced back, looking for an excuse to rest. Raina wasn't there. Instead, I saw 2 villagers walking around. I breathed a sigh of release that it wasn't Raina. Third party. Except the voice inside me rang the alarm once again. Villagers walking around weren't suspicious in and of themselves. It bothered me. They both wore rough-looking clothes. Empty-handed, they definitely gave the impression that they were just out for a walk. But at this time of day, 2 adults wandering around without a purpose was enough to raise questions. More than anything else, those eyes. They weren't chit-chatting while walking. They were both silent, heading forward, looking in my direction. At the end of my rope, finally started imagining things. I should run away. Probably the best choice. They weren't involved. Lose them easily by running. They're part of the group after me. They would come running after me. Either way, unless I hurried up, Raina would catch up with me. That's right, I'm going to run. Saying that, when I began to turn tail, both of them rushed towards me, as if they knew exactly what I was thinking. Somewhere inside me, I had jumped to the conclusion that Raina was the only thing I needed to be afraid of. I made the assumption that I didn't need fear anything else. Right now, I realized just how blatantly wrong I was. Suddenly, the story Oishi-san told me about the demons all leaving the village to hunt prey floated through the back of my mind. I could tell they were both coming after me without even turning around because of their frenetic footsteps. It's frightening. Being unable to shake Raina off as she slowly closed in on me. This didn't even compare. Pursued with such a violent ferocity, this straightforward horror was unparalleled. One of the pursuer's arms grazed my shoulder. Now, it wasn't just their frenzied footsteps, but also the distinct sound of their breathing that I could hear. No, I could practically feel them breathing on me. They were already right behind me. Down Keiichi Maibara. Still running at full tilt, I felt the surrounding area go still, and what felt like time itself had stopped. I turned my head slightly back in that frozen world, realizing how close my pursuers had gotten to me. It went against the legs of an adult, and less than the time it would take to blink twice. Frozen time began moving again. They'd be right on top of me. And then? Don't think about that, Keiichi. First, realize that you won't be able to shake them off like this. But the fact that you can't get away was given. Then you need to make a decision. Go with the right leg or with the left. You just need to decide which one. Go with the left. And when I decided that, the temporal singularity burst into pieces. Right. Left. I swung the bat in a wide arc with the right arm, using that inertia. I stopped and suddenly spun. What? 2 of them were clearly startled, momentarily losing sight of me, both with their outstretched arms ready to grab me. Instead, grasped at empty space. Man on the right. I applaud him for being able to figure it out. Spun around to the spot I shouldn't have been. Faced me in astonishment. It's too late. Didn't even need to swing my bat. All I needed to do was extend my arms as I turned around. By no means a heavy blow. It seemed like it had enough power to knock him off his feet. Just knocking him down was enough to scare him away. Got back up in no time. Both of them took a fighting stance and were ready to face me. This made me certain they weren't just 2 people out for a walk. They were clearly after me. Felt much easier than dealing with Raina. By not recognizing their faces, by not knowing them, it made things easier. Smiled wryly on the inside. What do you want with me? Next one is going to be right in your face, you bastard. It's fine if it was just a bluff. By barking at them, I was able to fire myself up. They didn't respond. They spread out to either side of me with unbelievably calm expressions on their faces. One of them would grab onto my bat, and there would hold me down. Is that their plan? Taking on both of them at once would be impossible. Hot sweat poured from every pore in my body, and I just had to settle it with the first move. I'd step in and strike the first one down. Narrowing my target down to the man on the right, who had already been knocked down before, I stepped in and swung with all my might. There was no way for an unarmed person to guard against it. It would cause immense damage. They blocked it with their arm. Their bone would snap like a twig. They turned their back to it, and it was possible that the blow would travel all the way to their vital organs. Looked like he was aware of this. Pushed farther through the kill zone between us and delivered a fist right into my gut. Good. This distance, in this position, and in this state, there was no way for me to dodge it. The world flipped upside down. I understood that I was being tossed around like a rag doll. I landed on the soft earth with a sound, feeling the grainy soil press against my face. It didn't hurt at all. The moment I thought that, I suddenly felt pain coming from the abrasions on my skin, as well as the contents of my stomach being forced upwards, flooding my mouth with a bitter sensation. I knew very well that I didn't have time to relish this experience. I stood up as quickly as I could. At that moment, the other man was already barreling towards me. Being able to comprehend calmly that I simply couldn't dodge it made it all the more unsettling. After plowing into my stomach full force once again, my assailant twisted around behind me and locked his thick arm around my neck. My throat felt like it was being crushed by his immense strength. I didn't even contemplate that I was being strangled, that I was about to go unconscious. My vision simply darkened, and a silent whining noise began playing deep inside my mind. It took everything I had to keep myself from blacking out. This was happening. The other man was more than likely standing in front of me, unable to open my eyes. But I could feel that he was there. There was nothing I could do now. Unable to shake this arm off me. I couldn't run. I couldn't fight back. Dire straits. I couldn't even come up the phrase that adequately described my situation. Eh. Familiar ceiling. Okay, he's alive. Smell of the bed and pillows. I knew them well. This my room? Normally there wouldn't be anyone in my room besides me, but their presence made me spring wide awake. Pain shot throughout my entire body. Feeling all right? You'd better just lie down for a bit. It was Raina in my room. Blood began to surge through my muscles and capillaries. Raina's smile belonged to the Raina I knew well. I knew I shouldn't let myself feel this way, but I relaxed thinking that this version of Raina was safe. Why am I... Remember? You're losing consciousness, nothing at all. My body had become more lethargic than I could ever have imagined. That would be the expected outcome after exerting everything I had back there. I tried to at least clear my head, but I just couldn't shake the sluggish feeling out of my mind. Oh, the doctor. He should be here soon. I think you'd better just lie down until then. It's an injured seriously enough to merit calling a doctor. Knowing that someone impartial was coming was slightly reassuring. Am I here? Sure, I was at the dam site. But I want to know. What happened? When I got there, Keiichi-kun was already passed out. That's why I'm the one who wants to know. Attacked by two weirdos. I talked about it. I only remembered what happened right before I passed out. Calling that memory and the terror that went along with it caused the fogginess around my head to clear right up. Forget about those two for now. I didn't expect Raina to be nursing me. thought Reina was trying to kill me. To have had the perfect chance while I was unconscious. Not only did she not kill me, she had nursed me back to health. Amazing you could drag me all the way back here. Am I heavy? Looking at Reina's delicate frame, it was hard to believe that she had not only got me back home, but even dragged me all the way up to the second floor. You have some help? Don't you remember Keiichi-kun? Reina appeared a bit surprised, still kept her smile. I only propped you up on my shoulder. You said you could walk on your own and that you were fine. Don't remember? No, I didn't remember. My memory was fuzzy after the point where I lost consciousness. What about those two, huh? When you got there, Reina, the ones with me, or rather, those two guys. Wasn't anyone, said it bluntly. The way she has, it felt slightly unpleasant. Just too timid at that time. Might have been able to force some answers out of Reina. If I did that, this kind Reina might transform into scary Reina that I didn't know. Hearing that, I didn't press any further. Thinking about it was the obvious choice. If both of those men were there, I don't think Reina would even have stood a chance. I didn't find a way to explain it unless I assumed she brought me here after those two were already gone. Reina was still smiling. Her eyes sparkled warmly. Yet, I felt like I was hallucinating when I saw something akin to a shadow slowly creeping across her face. Small omen, and shivers down my spine. While Reina was still Reina, I needed to make contact. I needed to contact Oishi-san. Rain stopped me when I tried to get out of bed. He said it would aggravate my wounds, so I should sleep. I'd like to go to the bathroom, though. Ah, sorry. Reina couldn't say anything else. While Reina stayed in the room, I quickly went downstairs to get the phone receiver in the living room. I approached the front door. The doorbell rang. Ding dong. Must have been the doctor Reina had called. Strange for a patient to win the doctor who was making a house call. It would be incredibly reassuring to have him here for the considerable time it would take Oishi-san to get here. I carelessly opened the door with that simple assumption, and regretted it almost instantly. Mion. Oh, you look just fine. I heard you collapsed, so I came to check up on you. How did you know I collapsed? I heard from Reina over the phone. Do I need any other reason than that? I understand why she would call a doctor, but why Mion too? Reina was descending the stairs behind me. Reina, doesn't Kei-chan look pretty alright? Sheesh, you made me worry for nothing. That's true. Maybe I was worried for nothing as well. They both began laughing. Appeared to be cheerful laughter. I couldn't shake the feeling that there was a darkness looming over them. Oh, what's up with this shoe rack? How did it get like this? The shoe rack that I'd smashed to pieces had been like that since yesterday. I fell, you see. The bat I was holding at the time slammed into it. This is what happens when you swing around something you're not used to handling. I kept the fact that it was none of our business to myself. But leaving it like this will really startle your parents when they get home. I'll fix it up for you later. Now come on, Kei-chan. The terminally ill need their rest. Come back in bed, back in bed. Both of them urged me up the stairs. I had no chance to call Oishi-san. I was pushed into my bed. It was the first time Mion had into my room. She began searching around it intently. She fiddled around my room and was scolded by Reina. You can imagine how it went. It was uncomfortable having my room poked around. The conversation was so benign that it was heartwarming. During that innocent conversation, Mion said something, so it was perfectly ordinary. Reina, call the manager? Yep. Right after I called Mi-chan. He said he'd be right over. Manager. The place gave me a bad feeling. And he called the doctor. And called Mion. After that, she called the manager? Who was this manager? As Reina and Mion's conversation was so peaceful, it only felt slightly odd. What are you two talking about? Who's this manager? Huh, didn't you know, Kei-chan? We mean the manager when we say manager. Like the director of a movie. Or like a foreman of a construction site. I dug through all of my memories for a manager who might have business with me. Only one thing came to mind. What Reina had just said. Construction site foreman. The very first victim of the first incident. The dismemberment at the construction site's foreman. That was strange. He was supposed to be dead. There was no way you could call him. I don't really understand what you guys are talking about. The manager have to do with me. He said he was coming. Do you mean to my house? I asked one obvious question after another, but all the two of them did was smile coolly at each other. There was a huge difference between how the two of them appeared and how my suspicions were playing out. Slowly, I felt discomfort and panic welling up inside me. I couldn't understand what Reina and Mion were talking about. Hey, Chan, gotten into baseball lately, haven't you? Pretty sure the manager will be happy to hear that. Who is this manager? Huh, the manager is the manager. Who is this manager? Reina and Mion looked at each other and laughed haughtily. Disturbing cackle unpleasantly resounded around me. That laugh, long enough to be unsettling, ended abruptly. Oh yeah, we should finish up before the manager comes. You remember, don't you, Kei-chan? Face was laughing. Mion's eyes told a different story. Remember what? Keiichi-kun. Had he forgotten, I wonder? About the penalty. Did you really forget? The homework with the mochi. The homework where you were supposed to guess which one Reina made. You forgot about that homework, didn't you? Certainly did have that homework. I had thrown away the rest of the mochi after I found that sewing needle. I wasn't able to answer which one Reina made. Penalty for that? Why now? No doubt my question was written all over my face. Your answer to my question was that dry laughter. I could no longer make heads or tails of anything. I began to think that this entire day was somehow insane, strange, incomprehensible. Being chased by Reina, attacked by strange men, the penalty Mion and Reina were talking about. With these two laughing at, it didn't take that long for me to realize I had been dragged into a normal situation. These two. Who were these two people? Who were these doppelgangers of Reina and Mion? Reina had gotten behind me at some point. Why was she pinning my arms behind my back? What are you doing? Don't move. This is your penalty. My body was already very sluggish, and Reina pinning my arms made it that much harder to move. I seriously tried to struggle, but she wouldn't even budge. My panic began to well up, and I realized this was well beyond the realm of jokes and pleasantries. This freakishly monstrous strength would have been impossible for the Reina that I knew. These thin, frail arms grasping me firmly. Whose arms were they? Kei-chan, no struggling. Love rules. There are no exceptions. Can't fight against the penalty. Mion, no, that thing that looked like Mion spoke to me like how Mion would speak to me. I was certain that this was not Mion. Someone who wasn't Mion. Someone who was just pretending to be Mion. Heh, need to finish this up before the manager comes. Mion fished into her pockets and pulled out something bizarre. I could tell what it was just by looking at it, but for such a thing to be in her pocket, my mind wouldn't accept it. What is that? It was a small syringe. It's a small, clear syringe, like what a doctor would use when you went to him when you were sick. Reina held me even tighter. I could hear that covering laughter that no longer sounded like laughter blaring into my ear. That eerie laughter wasn't something that Reina I knew could ever produce from her own throat. This is the thing that was pretending to be Reina. Was this their real laugh? Unable to defend myself, the syringe Mion was holding drew closer. That needle tip was waved in front of my face countless times. Don't worry. It won't hurt. Planning on doing? What kind of sick joke is this? What are you saying, Kei-chan? You know exactly what's going on, don't you? About what? I don't understand any of this at all. I know you know. He's playing the fool this late in the game. Stop talking nonsense to me. Nonsense to try and confuse me. You're going to have done to you what happened to Tomitake-san. What? Same as Tomitake-san. I don't really understand what you meant. It'd have to do with the syringe. You're playing dumb, Keiichi-kun. You should have realized it by now. Reina whispered into my ear, laughing as if to admonish me. Even the way she spoke was repulsive beyond compare. Playing dumb. Me? About what? What do you mean? Same as Tomitake-san. Everyone thought at first that it was a hit and run. Except, when the officer got closer to check if he was still alive, he noticed soon it wasn't a normal situation. His throat was scratched out. A knife or something? No. Nails. Nails? Nails as in fingernails? Those gouged through? That's right. Tomitake-san had clawed out his own throat with his own nails and died. There's no way someone could die like that. And for that to happen, thought drugs were to blame, but nothing of that nature was detected. That's right. Police didn't find any drugs in Tomitake-san's system. Police told me you didn't find any drugs in Tomitake-san's body. Two of them laughed together with that sickening laughter. Of course they'd laugh. Assume that such a medicine didn't exist just because the police didn't know about it. Completely foolish. Even the drug that caused Tomitake-san to die in such a bizarre manner did exist. Oh, for the quick check. If Mion ejected this into me, that would probably be all the proof I needed. That would basically mean I'd end up the same as Tomitake-san. I'm hysterical, scratching on my own throat in my last moments, then die. Such an outrageous drug to exist. For Mion to be holding it. That I was about to be injected with it. That moment I did not feel there was any need whatsoever to question it. Kind of idiot when he's trying to dodge a ball flying straight for his face. It's time to think of a reason as to why it's flying at him. Just give up, alright then? Mion's actions lacked any gravitas, and that made it even more terrifying. There was none of the ceremony like when someone is sentenced to death. There was no hesitation at all, as if she were brushing her teeth. Mion reached out with one hand and grabbed onto my chest. Felt like an electricity had run through the back of my head. The entire world had gone dark. Did I stand up too fast? Someone hit me really hard in the back of the head. Having lost my sense of balance, I was assaulted by a wave of dizziness. I squatted down for a bit. When I came back to my senses, my entire room had changed drastically. The numbness in my head was gone. Slowly I could tell blood was flowing to my extremities again. How long had I been squatting here? 20 minutes? Been hours. It was as if the hands on the clock had stopped moving the entire time my eyes were closed. That's how little time passed. Really? And the room wasn't filled with that madness before. Only a dull silence. Reina wasn't there pinning my arms, and Mion wasn't there about to inject me with a needle. See? All of it. The hallucination? No other presence in the room besides my own. Weirdest experience I'd ever had. Certainly with Reina and Mion. Out of my sanity for a moment, I was also seized with some sort of comfort. Guess that terrible ordeal was a hallucination. Neither Reina nor Mion wouldn't ever do something so terrible. My head grew hot. Now my emotions were welling up. Why? Wasn't a reason to cry. Why? Sorrow. Why was I sad? Understand? Don't understand. Kind to everyone, not discriminating against age or gender. Mion. That Mion was sprawled by the window in a natural pose, blood-stained, her deep red from her head down to her chest, the bright crimson smeared on the walls. That splatter had undoubtedly come from Mion. She always had that bright smile, and was kind to me from the day I transferred. Reina. That same Reina was slumped at my feet, was making the same pool of blood as Mion. I didn't comprehend what happened. Someone come to save me? Then they beat those two down? This metal bat? I finally noticed the weight in my right hand. How long had it been there? It was Satoshi's metal bat. It was covered in a deep red. There was no doubt that this was the weapon used to mutilate both of them. I was holding that weapon. I was the only person in the house. Looking at this objectively, I couldn't think of anyone other than myself who could have done it. I did this? That's right. Ichi Maibara. Of course I did it. Told myself gently as if coaxing myself. Hey, me. There's no reason for you to remember it, or is there a need to regret it? Eat or be eaten. You get that, don't you? But blood. The blood. So much. Neither Reina nor Mion had moved an inch. It wasn't just a split forehead and a trickle of blood and nothing that simple. The entire room was splattered with red. That told me it didn't end with just 2 or 3 strikes. Are they dead? Put them? The depths of my mind were calm, but on the surface I was panicked and agitated. Calm down, Keiichi Maibara. What happened to your usual calm self? Come on now. Do like you always do. Lower your head back and take a deep breath. Come on. Twice. Breathe deeply. Calm down. Calm down. I chanted that over and over in my head and relaxed. Color came back to my vision, and smells reinfused the air. At the same time, I remembered what happened when I blacked out. Reina and Mion had attacked me. They were about to inject me with whatever caused the same symptoms as Tomitake-san. And right before that happened, I fought back. I twisted my whole body and threw Reina as she was pinning my arms. Then I followed through with my spin and rammed my foot as hard as I could into Mion's torso. Soft. Reina tried jumping on me, so I tackled her as hard as I could and slammed her against the wall. Didn't let that brief moment of getting them off balance slip by. Satoshi's bat was left carelessly by the side of my desk. Weep. That moment, everything went pitch black. There was nothing recorded past this point in the videotape of my mind. No, that wasn't right. It wasn't that there was nothing recorded. It was recorded just fine. Just the other me inside myself that told me not to look and had turned off the TV. Just because the screen had gone black and I couldn't see it, didn't mean that the videotape within me hadn't recorded it. The TV was just off. The video was still playing. The tape within me, creaking along, still playing it. On the other end of that pitch-black scene, that horrifying video was still playing on. Compared to this, though, the scene right before my eyes was still so difficult to take in. There was blood spattered everywhere on the walls, 2 of them in these unnatural poses. A sign of movement from them. Couldn't even tell if they were breathing. No matter what the circumstances were, my friends, the girls, I had attacked them. I may have even killed them. But if I hadn't done this, I would have been well and done for. Balancing that out on an imaginary scale, it felt odd that I'd even feel bad about it. Even if it was a bit excessive, this was justifiable self-defense. Proof was all here. 2 of them collapsed here and Mion's syringe. Mion's syringe filled to some unknown drug would certainly solve the mystery surrounding the incident with Tomitake-san. From the fact that both of these 2 were involved, they'd be able to pick out the criminals one after the other. Still, I might be suspected for this. That was just fine. Wait, now this should be a police affair. This wouldn't fade into darkness like Reina's past incidents. As long as the police were involved, that should bring this to a close. I'll probably revisit their investigation on the chain of incidents. Ji-san would definitely get to the bottom of it. Meaning my wish, not wanting to die, wanting to know the truth, that would be fulfilled in its most basic form. It's all a matter of time now. Dr. Paul should be getting here soon. Confess everything to him. I needed to contact Oishi-san. At that moment I remembered. Besides the doctor, a manager had been called. It's easy to imagine that they were someone deeply involved with the incident, judging from Reina and Mion's conversation. The ache in my chest, caused by the gruesome deed I'd done, dissipated rapidly. Not over yet. This place was no longer safe. They calmed Keiichi Maibara. Not over yet. Need to live long enough to tell the police of this incident. That moment I felt like I'd heard someone's voice from outside. Since people were speaking, it must mean that more than one person. I moved the curtain ever so slightly and peered outside. It was a bizarre sight. About 4 or 5 grown men were all gathered at the gate. They very much resembled the 2 men who assaulted me at the dam site today. These 2 men even might be among them. There was one person there wearing a white coat. He didn't look like a doctor at all. My gut told me he was in disguise, only posing as a doctor. The guy would probably ring the bell and get me to open the door. Pretend to be a doctor to get me to open the door, and the rest of them would all rush at once. At that moment, I saw the car parked behind the men, and my heart nearly skipped a beat. White van. No mistaking it. That van, the one that tried to run me down. The man in the white coat entered the gate and headed towards the front door. The rest of the men hid in the bushes and watched him. I probably couldn't pretend that I wasn't home. Sadly, they just break the windows and enter. Need to get out of here somehow. Use a public phone to contact Oishi-san. And meet up somewhere. First of all, I need a weapon. Choose. For all that, one thing I had to do. I had no intention of dying. Live and reveal the truth about this nonsensical curse of Oyashiro-sama. What happened from here, regardless of how I determined it, was bring about my demise. That was why. There is one thing more important than getting out of here right now. I need to get that clock out quickly and take down the note behind it. Damn it. Tape was sticking to it fast. It'd be fine if it was torn a little. Opened up slightly torn out and began writing another passage with a ballpoint pen. Wasn't able to form Oishi-san. The only thing I could rely on was on this note. Never thought a piece of torn, college-ruled notebook paper would be this reliable before. No time. I only write what I knew right now. I need to leave some sort of information that would cover the truth. Reina and Mion are conspirators to the perpetrators. It was an undeniable fact. Still didn't want to believe it. It was a fact. I'd leave all the information that would lead finding the perpetrators. There are 4 or 5 adults, maybe more. They have a white van. Everything I was able to see from the window. Maybe more. There was that unidentified person known as the manager. The term manager didn't even mesh with Inamizawa at all. They were going to include the managers from past incidents, and the only one is the construction foreman, victim from the first murder. Very first victim in the chain of incidents. Killed in a lynching. Body divided into 6 pieces. Right arm was never discovered. The police should have confirmed that death. Reina and Mion did call him manager. They said manager. Wouldn't use that term to refer to someone who was dead. Police would never even conceive that someone who was deceased could be involved. Would that be some sort of oversight? Didn't know. If I did know, it'd be a big hint for Oishi-san. That's right. Need to start fresh from the first incident. Just a simple dismemberment. The start of this string of mysterious deaths that would follow. Then, must be something hidden there. Please reinvestigate the victim from the dismemberment incident. He's alive. His death should have been established after an autopsy. Logically, you would think as much. Was that really the case? Been some sort of ploy that they were able to deceive the police with? Didn't jump to conclusions, but he may still be alive. I had no intention to ponder that right now. Yeah, something even more important I need to write. Taki-sen's death was from an unknown drug. Right. Drug. It's an irreplaceable piece of evidence. By having this, everything would be uncovered. I just leave that vital clue lying on the floor. The syringe is proof. Sit down, I struck the syringe onto the back of the clock with plenty of tape. But absolutely would not slip out. Fall to the floor. Firmly. Bell rang. They were here. Couldn't write anymore. And still, there was only one thing that I had to write. No idea what has become like this. Maybe the closest thing to the truth out of everything I wrote on this note. You are reading this, and I am probably already dead. You may or may not find my body. I was going to write out everything that could happen, either dying from the curse, or being demoned away. You who are reading this, please uncover the truth. It is my only desire. With this, my last will and testament was complete. I wasn't certain that I was going to die. It was my final plea, just in case. I folded the note, stuck it back onto the back of the clock, returned the clock back to its usual spot. I couldn't help but pray. Wishi-san, something happens to me, I leave the rest to you. After that, I gazed down silently at Reina and Mion. This was probably the last time we'd ever see each other. Mion, I really had thought us were friends. Why did it end like this? Never had any fun in my previous school. Only worried about standardized test scores. But if the school I to get into was where I really wanted to go, or safety net, was all I talked about. It was a dull life. People I called friends were also my rivals in studying. Competitions, personal records, standardized test scores. And everyone here taught me how unhealthy that lifestyle was. This month was really fun. Making a fuss over lunch, making a fuss over the club, making a fuss over the festival. Something hot began dripping down from my face. Uncontrollable tears. I should have had no obligation to shed tears for them. But wouldn't stop. Even if they were after my life. Even if they were trying to kill me. Everything that happened this month, I wouldn't forget it. Or could it be those happy days where all of us saw it as well? All a trap, meticulously orchestrated up until today to ensnare me? Could it have been that I just arbitrarily assumed that they were my friends? Couldn't have been the case. Both Reina and Mion, they were really my friends. Happy days. There's nothing fake or unclear about them. One probably forced them to try to kill me. Their minds were taken over, possessed by the supernatural entity known as Oishiro-sama. Regardless, both Reina and Mion, they were the best friends ever. When they were coming after me, it wasn't of their own volition. They weren't the kind of people to sell off their friends, regardless of whether or not they were forced. No way such a thing like being possessed by Oshiro-sama could happen in reality. Did the real Reina and Mion come after me? Was I thinking? Silly dumb idea. Being beaten down both Reina and Mion. I was still debating if they were the real ones or fakes. There's no real or fake. Only the reality that was before me. Reina and Mion were sprawled out at my feet. That was the only truth. I was only trying to twist the facts to my benefit. I had beaten my friends to death. No matter how I spun it, when it changed reality, Reina and Mion were both dead. Felt like there was a crack in the dam of strange emotions I was holding back. It felt like my calm state was nothing more than a bluff had receded, and in that opening, insanity was leaking out. I killed them. Killed them. Reina and Mion. Killed them. The doorbell rang again. The unrelenting echo pulled me back into a state of composure once again. I didn't have a moment to spare. I need to get away. I didn't want to die. Putting over everything after that. The identity of whoever or whatever had pushed me this far. I had to drink mud and eat grass. Would survive. Would survive. Definitely survive. Pain killed Reina for that very reason. I also killed Mion. Went that far just to keep living. I can't die. For my sake. For the sake of the late Reina and Mion. I had to survive. I ran to the door and grabbed my shoes. Doorbell rang again as if to urge me on. On this single, solitary door. There. and quiet. I headed towards the kitchen. Headed towards the back door. Before opening the back door, I put my ear to it. Checked for people outside. What? I put on my shoes. I opened the door slowly so as not to make a sound. There he is, the back door! A piercing voice echoed out. That voice stabbed through me, setting my hair on end. I had to run. Get out of here, Keiichi. When after there, I felt stuff like rational intelligence. Those things you see when you have time to spare spill out of me. Didn't feel any pain from the branches scratching my arms and forehead. My autonomously pulsing heart also felt neither fatigue nor pain. My entire being just wished to live. Nothing else it desired. Probably had no complaints whatsoever. Of course, I couldn't feel fatigue. Just ran. Just recklessly pushing in the direction I was already heading. Even if nobody was chasing after me, I'd still be running like this. There wasn't a thought in my mind about where I was headed. Looking around, I felt a presence right next to me. That presence was without a doubt, chasing me like my shadow. If I took even one misstep, be devoured. But I thought, if I didn't turn around, didn't stop, I ran at full speed. Quack, 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 ah, was the chirping of the Higurashi telling me it was evening, trying to tell me something. Then I finally heard it. The wailing cry of the victims who didn't make it. Could I be joining them? Quack, 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 quack. Only the Higurashi knew. They knew everything. They definitely knew. So I ran towards where I could hear more of the Higurashi's chirps. The farther I ran, the farther away the chirping became. I couldn't get near them. You all running away. Is it my fault? Was I the one to blame? I'll apologize. Sorry. 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 I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Sorry. I'm sorry. 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 I'm sorry. Sorry. I felt that only the Higurashi knew. The smoking room was filled with a cloud of cigarette smoke. The expensive smoke filter gave off some crackling electric noise. It didn't seem like it was doing anything at all. You smokers have to be shoved so far down this corridor where the sun didn't even reach. I recalled hearing that the tax revenue from tobacco is about 1/10 of the municipality's revenue. We're the most heavily taxed members of this municipality, so I really wish they'd show us a little more respect. How would you discard the 5 manzu there? Just decreasing your options. The younger detective was having a staring contest. The Mahjong magazine called Next Turn. Still in tenpai if you cut the 5 manzu. Betting on a high day, then shouldn't you be going into it with the mangan? Kuma-chan, look at the pond. They all discarded a 5 manzu. It's a safe tile. You'd hate it if at the end of the game, someone was setting up on a tenpai on the last turn, wouldn't you? He let out another groan, putting out his cigarette, and then he took another one. I just don't agree. Why would you reduce your own options? By the way, you can't call Roan with your winning tile in that Aite. What? Why is that? Then I heard a voice coming from down the hall. You here, Oishi-san? I have a call from a civilian. Oh, ain't that something? See you soon. Why can't you call Roan on it? Hold on for a second, Oishi-san. The man sitting in the seat Oishi-san was headed towards waved at the telephone receiver. Outside line, from a payphone. Oh, why thank you. Sorry to keep you waiting. This is Oishi. Who is it? Oishi-san? Hello? If it isn't my Bara-san. Why, good evening. From the tone in my Bara-kun's voice, I already knew he was in a predicament. This was the first time my Bara-kun had phoned me. He was calling from a payphone. Please, calm down. Did something happen? His voice was erratic over the line, and completely lost his sense of composure. To checking that nobody else could hear, I prompted him into a hushed tone. What happened? Calm down, my Bara-san. I can have the local officers head to your location. I'll be there soon, too. I think that's impossible. His voice was quivering and hoarse. He wasn't surrounded by people even as I was making a call, was he? Bara-san, you're calling from a payphone right now, right? Where's that payphone? No, there were sounds beside Bara-kun's voice. It had to be a phone booth. Scratched out a note and thrust it at my colleague sitting across from me. Inimuzawa, phone booth. I understood quickly and hastily started on the internal lines. Calm down, my Bara-san. What's your current situation? Usually wasn't a good idea to tell someone was panicking to do so. This was not a usual case. My Bara-kun didn't just get in trouble, get away, and then call me. He was in the midst of something dangerous right now. Yelling at my Bara-kun right now would just needlessly cause him to be even more frantic. My Bara-kun wasn't just calling to seek help. He was trying to tell us something more than that. Whatever that was, if I didn't get it from this call, I'm certain there would never be another chance. My colleague pushed a note in front of me. Only one phone booth in Hinamizawa. Patrol car is on the way. 5 minutes. That's too long. How many officers are in there? 2. Not enough. It was as I imagined. There are likely quite a few people surrounding my Bara-kun. 5 minutes was too long. Did you call the officer station in Hinamizawa? He's scheduled to be on patrol. Currently out, and it'll be possible to contact them. Damn. Kuma-chan, bring the car around. Understood. Hello? Aishi-san. Hello, it's all right. I can hear you loud and clear. Something wrong with my Bara-kun. It wasn't a normal coughing sound. Vomiting? Was it blood? Had he already been attacked? Was he injured? Bara-san, the police are on their way. They'll be there in a couple of minutes, so hold on somehow. Hello? Can you hear me? Bara-san. You're on the other end of the line that he was having a coughing fit. The worst possible situation popped into my head. Bara-san, who is the culprit? How many are there? I thought at first the culprit was human. Couldn't tell if it was a cough or vomit. Where are my Bara-san? I thought that culprit was a person, not Aishiro-sama's curse. Up until right now. But guess in the end it was an intense bout of coughing and vomiting. But I guess Aishiro-sama does exist. No, he's here. Bara-san, please, just calm down. Please calm down. I've been thinking it was strange for a while now. Been following me this whole time. I run and run and run and run. It just sticks to me like my shadow. But slowly, so slowly, it's digging itself into my back. Bara-san, are they right now, perhaps, right behind you? Behind me? Right behind me? Please, my Bara-san, I can tell you're scared. Please, who is it? It's right behind you. I can't just look behind me. If I do, I'll... I understand that you're scared, but please, tell me. You just need to turn around a bit. Who is it? Who is behind you, my Bara-san? Right after I said that, I could hear him vomiting intensely. What followed was a nightmare sound. My Bara-san, couldn't it be that you were clawing out your own throat? There was no answer. I could hear something like scratching. There was a bang, as if something was being hit. Bara-kun had probably dropped the receiver. I could hear groaning and vomiting over on the other end, and a repeating, abnormal noise. Hello? Hello? Bara-san! Hello? I knew how far away my voice would sound on the other end. I couldn't help but shout. That moment, hard whispering coming from the other end. I couldn't tell what he was saying. The way he was saying it, was he talking to himself? Was he talking to someone there? Hello? Bara-san? Rather than whispering, it was some kind of mantra he was chanting over and over. focus my senses, trying to pick up what he was saying. Was he repeating? What exactly? The timing is great. Hi, Raiders. Oh my gosh, it's Nyanfu. Brought his shoes. Thank you. Oh. No more crying. I'm not. Oh. Okay, because of the. I get it. All right, took me a minute. Oh. I think. Sorry, he accidentally left out the F, Sophie. Okay, but hi, Raiders. Hello, and you're playing. Oh, okay. You're doing an arts. Okay, an arts. I'm glad you're back to streaming. Yeah. So, we are actually at the tail end of the first volume of Higurashi. Working on commissions. Oh, don't worry about it, Sophie. Got on quite a bit, so I imagine it's pretty. So yeah, we're So if you don't want to see the exact end of like chapter 1 of Higurashi, you may but yeah, that's cool. I am very whatever. Thank you for the raid. So, yeah, that's cool that you were doing art, and I hope you got a lot done. Suddenly, the line went dead. Use up his time? It's because it was a payphone. Because it cut out so abruptly. Oh, thank you. I really appreciate it so much. You're an angel. Regardless of what your avatar technically is. The last thing he said came out so clearly in my mind. Oishi-san, car is good to go. Oishi-san? I'm sorry. Oishi-san? That's what he was repeating over and over. He said, I'm sorry. I had a gut feeling. There was no longer a need to hurry. I could hear the chirp of the Higurashi filling in from the open window. Ikukui. Should have been able to hear them this entire time. Just wasn't paying any attention. Why did I focus on them all of a sudden? They trying to tell me something? Only the Higurashi knew. How I felt. July 1983. In Himiyozawa, a remote village near Shishibone, there was a murder involving 2 female students. The suspect is Keiichi Maibara, age blank. The suspect called over his 2 female classmates, Rena Ryugu, Yonsen and Saki, to his house and beat them to death with the bat. The scene of the crime was the suspect's room on the 2nd floor of his house. The inside of the room was covered with a significant quantity of splattered blood, and there were signs of a struggle with the victims. In addition to the scene of the crime, the entryway, living room, and kitchen all had traces of a struggle. At the entryway, the 2 rack and wall had evidence of being impacted by a strong, blunt force, believed to have been the same bat as the murder weapon. Having no traces of blood, believed the destruction occurred before the murders. There is the possibility that the suspect overpowered his victims to keep them from fleeing. In the living room, the rug had been pulled back, then thrown aside. It's hard to believe that this had connection to the struggle with the victims, and thus the reason for this remains unknown. In the kitchen, the garbage bag was torn apart, and its contents were spread out on the floor. Garbage was strewn around the surrounding area, and handprints believed to belong to the suspect were discovered. It is believed that the suspect had for some reason taken out the garbage and struck it with his fists. The reason for this remains unknown. In addition, there was a note stuck to the fridge. Words, "Was there a needle?" were written on it. Meaning behind this remains unclear. Just in case, the garbage was searched, but a needle was not discovered. Though the garbage door was functional, it had been left open ever since the suspect moved in. The garage door was found closed. The suspect's fingers were discovered on the garage door. The reason behind this remains unknown. The suspect fled the scene of the crime. However, a patrolling officer at the local PD found the suspect collapsed inside a phone booth. At the time of the discovery, the suspect was unconscious in critical condition. He was rushed to the local hospital for treatment, but did not regain consciousness and died 24 hours later. The results of the autopsy indicate the immediate cause of death to have been hypovolemic shock. It was determined that the suspect had clawed at his own throat with his fingernails. The resulting bleeding caused his death. The similarity to the death of Tomotaki-san the prior week, police believed there to be a connection and opened an investigation. However, due to the wishes of the local authorities, it would be a confidential investigation. Due to the abnormal nature of the death, it was suspected that drugs were involved, but as with Tomotaki-san, no traces were discovered. What prompted all this remains inexplicable. As such, this case is being treated as an act committed on impulse. However, several accounts of the suspect's bizarre behavior leading up to the incident, it is possible that this was premeditated. Separated from his group of friends, isolation, inexplicable behavior. Several days before the incident, the suspect began carrying around a metal bat. The suspect was observed displaying aggressive behavior while he was talking to himself at school. His classmates have actually heard portions of what he was saying. 2 days before the incident, the suspect declared to his parents the possibility of his death. Due to these circumstances, the police had begun an investigation of the possibility this crime was not committed on impulse, but was instead planned several days in advance. Afterwards, a note was found in the suspect's room that he had written himself. The note was written on 2 sheets from a V5 college-ruled notebook that had been torn in half. As if trying to conceal it, it was stuck hidden behind a clock on the wall. Contents are as written in the appendix. The police believe it to be strongly related to the incident. The police changed their line of investigation based on the possibility that the suspect was involved in some sort of incident himself. However, no further clues were found, casting doubt on the credibility of the note. The crime impulsive or premeditated? Situation unclear and no further developments. The case has been labeled as unresolved. However, the following year, suspicion arose regarding the nature of the note. The note was not written on 2 halves of B5 paper from 2 separate sheets, but was originally a single sheet of B5 paper. In order to erase several lines from the middle, someone had torn them out. Judging from the size of the letters, the missing section is estimated to be 2 to 3 lines. It's highly probable that the person who eliminated the lines in question is not the suspect. In addition, judging from the traces of large quantities of cellophane tape being stuck to the back of the clock, speculation that something other than the note was stuck there has arisen. The person who first discovered the crime was a detective rumored to have a connection with the incident. Haruto Oishi underwent voluntary questioning, but denies involvement in any damages to the note. Suspect's note. I, Keiichi Mabara, am in fear for my life. I do not know why they are after me. For my life, the only thing I can know is that it has to do with Oyashiro-sama's curse. Rin and Mion are conspirators of the perpetrators. They're 4 or 5 adults, or they have a white van. This is all on the first sheet. Everything below this has been ripped out. This is from the second sheet. Everything above this has been ripped out. I have no idea why it has become like this. If you are reading this, then I am probably already dead. though the only difference may be the presence or lack of a body. You who are reading this, please uncover the truth. That is my only desire. Ichi Maibara. That is the end of Chapter 1. Basically, Volume 1 of Ichi. Try. The scenario has been unlocked. All cast review sessions become available. To play it, select Extra on the title menu, then pick the All Cast Review session. Oh yes, did it! I'll go ahead and have to do the extra thing there, but so let's see. Brain just went up. So I know I was planning on it, but I'm not going as far as Chapter 1. Yeah, I'll do the extra stuff. Sadly, we won't be doing, like, I'll do Volume 2. Whatever, when I stream after my collab tomorrow with Ayami Pierogi playing Devour. I don't have confirmed as far as who the other two will be. So, but yeah, let's do the extra. Okay. Wait, were there extra tips that we had to unlock? I'm just wondering. Okay, nope. I got them all. Okay, All Cast Review session. Thank you for buying Higurashi When They Cry, Onikakushi, a visual novel by 07th Expansion. How was it? If you enjoyed it even a little bit, it would make me happy. Even a little bit is stretching it. That incredibly dark ending made me angry, you know? Made us angry. I understand it. This Onikakushi chapter is supposed to be somewhat of a prologue to the entire series. How could the prologue have such an incredibly dark ending? Yeah, but doesn't that happen sometimes? The player digging through the story in order to avoid a bad ending is the point of these types of games after all. Oh my gosh, I love the fourth wall breaking right now. Still just the first chapter. I'm looking forward to the next one. What happens in the next chapter? Reina, do you know? Yeah, they said the next chapter will introduce another aspect of the story. That's a strange way of putting it. What does that mean? This chapter, they introduced the string of mysterious deaths that were happening in Hinamizawa recently, right? The next chapter will introduce some of the history of Hinamizawa. With one strange event happening in another, I got totally lost. What exactly is Oyashiro-sama's curse about? Actually, what is Oyashiro-sama to begin with? They didn't explain it much. I haven't heard much about it, but I kinda have a bad feeling about it. A bad feeling would be justified. It feels like it'll be another one of those scary stories where somebody gets cursed again. Tough luck, eh, Kei-chan? What kind of curve is he going to get hit with this? Oh my gosh. However, I'm looking forward to seeing what kind of story it's going to be. Sorry for being late. My bad. Hey, everybody. Good work today. Same to you. Hey, where's Kei-chan? Kei-chan is already off reading the script for the next chapter. Must be hard being the main character. Huh? That's too bad. He could have at least poked in to say hello. Probably because he doesn't have any character art, so he couldn't poke his head in even if he wanted to. Okay, hold on. Let me... Obviously, he has art in the anime, so I'll pull it up just in case our... Hopefully this should just take a second. Better than Disney post-credit scene. Oh my gosh, that's too small. Ah! Why is this taking so long? Okay. Ah, okay. Although apparently he does actually have sprites eventually. Boop-a-doop-doo. There he is. There we go. This is our main protagonist, Keiichi. So there you go. If you ever wondered, I'll shrinkify you and put you up here. There you go. Disney post-credit scene. Yeah. Agreed. Rika-san. That's what we refer to as a personal problem. In any case, that story really was a lot of trouble, especially for Keiichi-kun and Reina-chan. Trouble? That was the mother of all bad ends. I wonder, what's the identity of the thing that attacked Keiichi-kun? My theory is that it was the work of people, made to look like a curse. But at the end, Keiichi made that phone call. Yeah, I also thought that call was strange. At that point, Kei-chan should have been certain that the culprits were people. That really was a strange phone call. It almost sounded like he was being chased by a ghost or something. Just from that phone call, it really makes me think that it was the work of a curse after all. Since we're all here, why don't we all share our theories? Let's start with Sonozaki-san. I absolutely believe it was people. I think it's a man-made incident that was just imitating strange folklore floating around Hinamizawa. Certainly, every year on the day of the festival, when another link in the chain of mysterious deaths to happen certainly is suspicious. That so-called chain of mysterious deaths, definitely someone trying to reenact the folklore, definitely. I think it was the curse. Looking at the scene where Keiichi-san went berserk in the entryway, and the last scene with the phone call, just couldn't come to the conclusion that a person was the culprit. When you say it that way, it really wasn't the type of scene that would make you think it was the work of an actual person. Yeah, but even then, I still think it was a person who did it. Last scene on the end, and the one in the entryway, I think it might have been a delusional episode, brought about by post-traumatic stress disorder. I wouldn't know what's going on anymore, even if you didn't use such complicated words. In other words, Ichikan was so scared that he was imagining things. And then, what's the meaning behind that scene? What exactly was that mysterious presence behind Keiichi? A red herring. Redherring. Mii-chan, what do you mean by a red herring? Like old man Tomitake here said, that scene was the result of Kei-chan having a stress-induced illusion from being mentally cornered. To expand on that a bit further, it was a ploy to make the player think it was a curse. That's why it was a red herring. But you say it like that? But... well, it just means that there's that possibility. In that case, the theory that Oishi-san proposed during the story that it was a conspiracy by the villagers was correct? What does the man himself have to say about that? Eh? Makes you think, eh? Huh? I totally thought that Oishi-san would be behind the people explanation. During the story, I said it was definitely the work of people. But if a person really was to blame, that leaves a lot of loose ends. Like what? Let us hear what Detective Oishi-san's theory is. First of all, if a human is the culprit, then there has to be a motive. In other words, somebody has to gain something from it. So what you mean is, if this was the work of people, there would have to be something gained from causing the chain of mysterious deaths? Exactly. I felt that somebody could have benefited from the deaths of people related to the dam development, but the recent victims weren't related to that at all. First off, who benefits from killing Keiichi-kun? I see. You say it like that, my case is kind of weak too. I mean, none of your money was stolen. There's no way it was human culprits. But that's not everything there is to it, right? Like Mii-chan just said, there might have been some sort of reason for them to reenact the folklore. Exactly. This wasn't a murder where you consider the typical motives. Makes me think that this was most likely some sort of ritualistic murder to reenact the blood-stained history of the village. So I'll ask the question of the hour. Gains from this reenactment. Not about simple benefit, more a psychological reason. I think that maybe this has an act of revenge. Something native to the region. Fate was unable to be fooled this time around. I see. Member of some repressed family looking to air out an old grudge of their ancestors, something like that? I don't like that. Then, what is it? Could it be that we're veering towards the curse explanation, Oishi-san? That's right, that's right! The man playing the detective said so. He's decided it was a curse. If, like how Maibara said during the story, it was the case that Oishiro-sama possessed Reina-san and Sonozaki-san and committed those acts, that would fit the evidence the most. As much as I hate to say it. Actually, I'm of the same opinion as Oishi-san. I can't come up with any other explanation for the normally kind Reina and Mii-chan to suddenly start acting strange like that. About that, may sound strange coming from the person herself, but I think that I, Mion, did it. I don't get what Mii is saying. I'd like an explanation. Oh, sorry. In other words, I think this may end up being a really cruel story. Huh? Mii-chan, you don't mean... Follow the trail a bit, and then to the very end. That's how it would seem. I also have my suspicions. In other words, Reina-san and Sonozaki-san both actually had those personalities to begin with, and were merely deceiving Maibara-san. Am I right? I don't like that at all. Way! This is all the curse's fault. Reina-san and Mia-san and everyone else are all nice people. I think that too. I think that Reina and Mion-chan are really good people at heart. I think that during the story, they definitely were possessed by something. So Reina also thinks it was a curse. Let me ask everybody who thinks it was a curse. There has to be a reason for a curse, right? I don't think there would be something indiscriminately cursing everything. Can somebody explain that? A curse is a curse. Human logic won't get us anywhere. Aha, Satoko-chan. A personified deity is, in the end, nothing more than the creation of people. That's why their method of thinking is also understandable to humans. Just take a look at the Greek pantheon. They cry, get angry, get jealous. Basically, they're just like humans. So what you're saying is that Oyashiro-sama is cursing people with some benefit in mind? That's an odd way of putting it, but basically yes. That's why they say, far from Jupiter, far from his thunder. You do have a point. Basically, it doesn't matter if it's Oyashiro-sama or humans. There has to be a reason. But Rika, what if that reason isn't clear? I don't know. That's right. This is still just the prologue. There's still lots of stuff that hasn't been revealed yet. Yeah. It's hard to come up with any more theories at this point. No, I won't be satisfied until this is all made clear. Mion seems rather particular about this as well. I'll just make the best with what we know. Doesn't this feel interesting? Like the club a little bit? Ah, yeah! If you put it that way, it does seem interesting. Well then, let's summarize. Let's see, I think it was a curse. Nomitaki thinks it was people, right? Yeah, I'll go with it being people. I also agree with the people explanation. That's not to say I hate such fantastic things like curses. In this particular case, the connection to a curse is a little weak. 2 for the people explanation then. Reina-san was on the curse side of things, right? Yep. The Toko-chan and I believed it was a curse. Right? Yeah, I think it was a curse. People who say that Reina-san and Mion-chan were evil to begin with are more befitting of a curse. Well, I don't want to believe that my own personality was that twisted. But I have to be cool when I'm in club mode. If I base my choice on just emotion, I'll regret it, you know? Well now, doesn't really matter which side you pick, does it? Huh? Rika-chan hasn't said anything yet. What do you think? I don't think that Ayashiro-sama is a bad god. Huh? That's an interesting opinion. I don't want to worship some bad god that just curses people. I'd like a generous god more than one that curses. That's right, Rika-chan is a shrine maiden. Yep, good opinion. Then what? If Rika-chan doesn't believe that it was Oyashiro-sama, then do you think the perpetrators were human after all? We'll just go with that. Why do I feel like that should be I feel like that's somewhat unnerving. That's kind of somewhat unnerving. But I feel like somehow if she... And whatever the crap Rika-chan is thinking, is she correct? That's the question. Oh no. That means the votes are split right down the middle. So half of us think it was a curse, and half of us think it was people. Reina-chan, just for reference, what did the test players who played the beta version think? Yeah, there were a lot of players who believed in the people explanation. See, right there. Our veteran comrades are cool, collected, and very observant. But the beta version only finished partway through the story. That's right. Even the people who played the beta might change their minds if they got through to the very end. What should we do then? This means that the opinions are still split. No fun if we don't settle this. We need there to be an odd number of judges, in other words. We need one more opinion. Ah, perfect timing then. Why don't we ask Keiichi-kun himself? Let's call him. The opinion of the victim himself. Yeah. The opinion of the victim himself is very valuable. Since that's decided, it's time for the phone. Hello, Keiichi-kun. Moshi-mosh. Should I put him here? I guess I'll put him here. Since I still have him up. Hey. Look, Keiichi-kun, it's Reina. Are you busy with work right now? Yeah, really busy. Just when I get a... Yeah, really busy. Just when I thought I'd get a break because the breaks... It's already time for the next one. How's Kei-chan? Busy? Yeah, he's moping. I could hear you, you know. Must be nice having a wrap-up party. I wanted to go too. You can get 'em if you get some character art for yourself. Rika, that's a secret. Oh, sorry about that, Keiichi-kun. Anyways, during the current chapter. Keiichi-kun, didn't you die? We were just talking about who the culprit might be. Basically, we're deadlocked onto whether it was people or Yashiro-sama's curse that killed you. I'm really sorry. Even though you're busy reviewing the script, Keiichi-kun, which do you think it was? That's up. That's obvious. Which is it? Isn't it both of them? Targeted by suspicious people from the village, then cursed by some strange Oyashiro-sama on top of that. It's both humans and a curse. Everybody's just picking on me. So very, very pitiful. Next time, I'll pat you on the head for you. In the end, the opinion's still split, huh? I'll think this over again. Might have missed something. Well then, please look forward to the next release, Higurashi When They Cry, Onikakushi. All right, I like that. I feel that though. It makes me not feel so bad as if I hold on once. Check something. Wait. Saying I didn't read all tips in Onikakushi. If there's an achievement for it, so Steam is saying I didn't read all the tips. I call hacks. That. Read that. You know what? I bet I saved in a part where it basically was like... I bet it's probably because when I saved and then started up again or stuff like that. I'm sure that's probably just it. Because I've... Unless this was... Anyway, that's beside the point. I'll mess with that later. Anyway. Oh my gosh. Well, I guess we'll be trying to see if I can get if chapter 2 Onikakushi will be if that'll be finished or whatever. Because I'm still gonna be continuing with the series regardless, even after Spooktober is over. So I just obviously will not be playing it like as much. So I'll probably have I'll probably come like a specific day or whatever. So anyway, but I have been enjoying this and I'm enjoying that. Extra medicine made the ending less painful. Oh yeah, me too. I was it made a nice palate cleanser, I guess is the way to put it. Um uh yes. So it'll be at 8 p.m. Central Time. And for sure I'll be playing with Ayome Pierogi. Y'all in chat. So anyway. Oh, I'm a little hoarse. I'm gonna go chug water after I think I might chug some water after this probably. Yeah, I should do that. In the meantime, okay, let me figure who's on. And I'm sorry this ended up going longer than I guess so I guess an interesting thing I will say is and I guess people can like add me like maybe in the Discord or I guess this would be a question like that people could like add me on like the Discord and the Discord server is I'd be interested to see what y'all happen to think if it's people or a curse. So but okay, so but we will raid out. Let me see who is currently on. Okay. Looks like I'll be raiding Mackenzie again. Because they're currently playing marbles on stream. Which I think that's actually a thing that you can play with chat if I remember right. So let me oh, thank you very much, Avian. Okay. Let me get this. That's not the wrong button. So all right, let's this up. And once again, thank you all so much for coming by. I hope you all enjoyed that, and that you or whatever. I'm not sure if my next stream of this particular of Higurashi will be on Saturday or Monday. Anyway, let me. Okay, but of course our raid message is tea time. I will give an emote version, not well, channel emote version, and then a non-channel version that y'all can use. But feel free to use your own emotes if you would like to, especially if they're tea related. There would be. So once again, thank you all so much. I appreciate all of you, and y'all have a good day or night depending on the time zone. And we will now show some love to Mackenzie. Bye.